know.
Oh dear.
It's all right. You don't. It's all right.
No, no, it was
is-
something I wanted to say. It was something I wanted to tell you guys.
Fun.
Oh, it was a TikTok thing. I was gonna say on a completely separate note. I found a mashup of like "Baby Got Back" in the tune of Leonard Cohen's "Hallelujah."
Dislike.
It was fucking weird.
I imagine.
Yeah, no shit.
It's fucking weird.
So, welcome, peoples of all ages and types. You'll see that our siege friends also now have their pretty new avatars.
Yeah.
So now there's faces to the names, so to speak, for our fantastical characters. So let's talk about where we were last time and where we're going. So, last session, you all found yourselves dealing with the entrance to the Norn Queen's lair. After some elementary school puzzle solving, you found yourself in front of the Norn Queen, and through a mixture of persuasion and having second thoughts about dealing with a creature of this stature, you were able to gain her favor in the sense of trying to prove your worth, so to speak. And that going forward, you would have eyes on you in the sense of the Norn Queen herself keeping an eye on your progress. She lets you go. You have a piece of one of her talons, and you found yourself back moving towards your airship, getting ready to head back out. You find that the gnomes have begun the construction of a front piece for the black dragon that you had brought down so strategically during your last session. And now begets the question of what do you do now? You have the piece of the Norn Queen, which was something that you had ventured for, because you believe it to help you cut the ties. You're not entirely sure why the Norn Queen gave you what she did. She seemed to know more of what's going on than she may be letting on. She is, albeit something much older and much more powerful than anything you've come across thus far. But you don't believe to really pay mind to it, as right now you are flying back off, heading up towards the sky and towards the coastline as you decide where you want to go now. You have made some progress since the fall of Macragge. You found your way to the Slanted Keep. You took refuge in training and discovery of yourself and what you need to survive. You found out what you will need to do if you wish to take back your city. Whether you choose to do it or not is up to you, but it would be in your best interest to do so. You're told of areas and locations and ideas of what would be the best path forward. You know that finding more magical items or artifacts would be beneficial, as you all have lost the ones you had before, minus Finrod, who was able to secure his gauntlets. So finding something to up your arsenal probably isn't out of the question. Finding recruits to help you, military individuals to step forward and join the force that you are building, utilizing the airship to navigate and find what can't normally be seen, is all something in accordance with what would possibly be the best move forward. But as you, all three of you, stare at the map on the wall on the bridge, red pins put in places of where things would be of interest. Specifically that of where next you might go. And so this is where we start today. So I'm going to pull up your map. You are currently here. Your heads are currently in the way, so I'm going to fix your heads. Make you
They're too big.
You're too big. You in the way. So, you are here currently. You are over one of the small islands, specifically the one where the dragon had crashed before, and then you thusly beat the snot out of him when he tried to jump onto your ship, as is poetic irony. Based on the map, you see that there are a number of pins in different areas, specifically leading towards different things that would be of use. To the north, you have the Marines out of the Knolled Spire that you could try and recruit. The Archers in the new Black Marsh Keep. The Berserkers out of Jarl's Throne. The siege weapons from the Setlands. The infantry from the Crucible. And possibly naval ships and naval assets from Albion. Now, these were points of interest given to you by the Paladins. Whether they become true or if they do wish to join with you to take back Macragge is up to your actions and if you wish to put energy into it. Nothing is promised, but you have everything to gain if it works. So, you all find yourselves in front of the map. What do you do?
Well, this is a good question. Do we want to go back and have whatever weapon could be made out of the claw started while we try and go get people, or should we go get people or try and get people first?
A very good question. I think I want the weapon probably first. What do you think?
I'm up for either idea.
Well, the weapon might assist us. But go ahead.
Oh, I was just. I don't know.
So you
Okay.
would know that the weapon that would be forged from the Norn Queen's claw, though it may take time, is not usable outside striking the throne itself. I mean, it could probably be a pretty big sword, and so it could probably be of its own use, but its use kind of ends there, except to sever the magic at the throne, or so you think.
Not even for, hey, look at this big sword I have. Look what it was made on. It was made from this claw.
I mean, I'm not saying you can't do that. What I'm saying is that you believe, as you Rage the Ranger, not knowing much else about the Norn Queen or what properties that she would possess, you would think that a weapon forged from her claw that she gave you would only be good for the one thing you went to get it for. It could bop
Right.
someone really good.
But also as Rage the Ranger, I know that we're going to use this sword to potentially break this throne, to potentially separate the Mad King from name
Fausta.
Fausta. Thank you. So that could be used as a bargaining chip, saying, "Hey, we already have this. Now we just need you."
I mean, I'm just letting you know that at this point you think that the weapon's going to take time, but you also need an army. Is basically what I'm getting at here with your pros and cons.
Okay.
Which is kind of why I threw the question up of, do we go back and drop off the stuff to make the weapon while we try and recruit?
I mean, might as well, because then it's being built, right? Like it's being made, it's being forged, and then while that's happening, we could also do this.
And just to reiterate, make sure you guys are aware, because you have Etheria's Ass Mark II, the airship you're on, you can go to any of the locations, or you can go to none of the locations. It's all up to you. If you want to go straight to McCrag to try and scout things out and see what's going on and try to get an idea of what you're dealing with, that's a possibility. If you want to go to any of the specific towns to try and see about finding something else, if you want to drop stuff off and then just go in a fucking circle and just start trying to talk to people, that's also fine. That's kind of why I gave you the airship, so you can just kind of choose your own path a little easier.
Said what I was thinking for that last bit. Drop off and then go circle is my thought process. And like I was actually thinking of scouting the crag as we went around it, since, you know, if we're circling, we're gonna go by it anyways.
Yeah. Because what we're here, we need to get that claw back up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Question:
Yep.
am I faster than that ship?
Nope.
No.
It's this ship, though it may look like it's a little bit on the slower side, it definitely has better top speed and doesn't have to worry about stamina. Because you still have to work your actual wings to try and get the jetpack to go. It just is significantly easier than regular wings. Now, if you guys are planning on dropping materials off to get the sword forged, you know that there are those master forgers in the Slanted Keep. But one of your party members would probably be a little bit more biased to a closer settlement. Specifically, one that you guys have gone to before that seemed to have machinery and other things beyond what you thought was possible.
Okay, I know you're hinting at
Southern
something here.
Setlands, isn't it?
Nope.
I was gonna say I don't
Far
remember.
Reach.
We're...
It's where you guys fought all
Far
the
Reach.
Warforged.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it's where we got my new body.
Yes.
I'm up for wherever we think best is to forge the weapon.
I mean, hell, if y'all felt frisky, you could try and forge it yourselves.
I ain't feeling that
No,
frisky.
I'm good.
Fair enough.
If I was on my artificer, it might have been a different story.
DM's just
But
trying to make us roll all our fates at start of this fucking session.
I'm just
Oh,
making
no,
sure
you
you
didn't get
guys
it.
have
Roll
all
a
your
fate.
ideas. Oh, was that a success? Roll it again. I'm burning a dread. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, remember the rabbit's feet?
Mm-hmm. You all do have an additional lucky. That is quite right. Once a day. It also will keep your lucky charms and your trick cereal safe and secure at all times.
Silly
It's an
burn.
even
Tricks are
number.
for kids.
Silly beholder. So yeah, it's so you guys know that Far Reach had pretty high technology level, due to the fact that it had a literal society of Warforged living in one of its ruins. And then you of course know that there's a significant number of artisans in the slanted keep, hence where you got all of your gear identified and fixed. So it's just up to you.
So that's where we get the tank.
Ah, yes, the tank. I mean,
I-
so it's speaking of that, it's I'm not sure how much you remember of what was in the mines of Far Reach. How much do you guys remember of that session?
I honestly don't remember fucking shit.
I
from it.
remember,
remember
there was
burning the hell out of it.
giant Warforged that we had to, well, get his conscience back into so that he could wreak vengeance upon his foes.
Yeah, do you really think fire is gonna melt the Warforged?
No.
No.
If it's intense enough heat, it might make them malfunction a bit, but that's about it.
Was he fully destroyed?
Look.
I don't think so.
It does. Fire doesn't need to melt it. It just needs to be hot enough to bend it.
Because I remember him just taking a spear to his quote-unquote chest that then a certain someone stole off of the lead geologist, which then, unfortunately, started the fire.
I actually just remembered the chest part. I couldn't remember if it fully damaged his chest or not.
I don't remember
I just
any of this.
remember he stopped moving. Or both of them stopped moving after
we
that fight.
had our lovely bard decide that he wanted the spear and the arms.
No.
Yeah.
Um,
Not remembering a thing.
he wanted the arms, and the bard wanted the arms, and the barbarian wanted the spear.
Ah. Yes.
So yeah, so
And this was the spear that he could like call back to him or whatever,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the spear.
So, if the fire probably didn't burn so hot, and you know that there's a chance it could still be working, a large Warforged Titan would be a very good ally to have.
Mm-hmm.
Turn that into the weapon.
Should we call him Abrams?
I mean, his name is Christian, but I guess he would take whatever name.
Codename Abrams?
I mean, I think he'd be down for it.
Fair.
Are those even fire anymore? I don't even remember. They're not 105 shells, are they?
They fire 120 smooth bore.
Is it?
I think they did wind up retrofitting them back down to 105s, but that was just because they could do higher muzzle velocity.
Mm. Right,
But
right.
Potato. It's still a big uranium rod being shot at your head, so, you know.
No, what's even scarier than that is that we have one of those guns in a fucking airplane.
Yeah, it's not as terrifying as you would think as, like, the 30mm Galliot Avenger.
Auto cannon.
And 182 still uses 120, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, it does use 120s? Cool.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if they went up or they went down during the new version change.
Yeah, so M1 was 105, M1A1 was
That's
120,
true. They went
M1A2 was
up.
120. Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't remember if we stuck with the British design of the L-15. But regardless, the 105
Yeah, I know, off
on
topic.
the 105 on the C-130 is great. Does not compare to the 30mm Gatling autocannon on the A-10 Warthog Thunderbolt.
Oh, dude. Okay, no. Nothing is going to fucking beat that, okay?
The
It's
other
still
issue
terrifying that we stuck a 105 artillery cannon in
Oh,
a
yeah.
fucking airplane.
Yeah. What's funny
Still
is that
terrifying.
we don't even really use it for direct hits. They actually just use squash heads in it. because it's just meant to
Yeah.
destroy fortifications.
Yeah.
Which is pretty dope.
It absolutely is. Yeah, no, that 30 millimeter was it? It's a Gao 8,
Yep.
right? Yeah, just absolutely just crazy.
Where
It
they-
fires literal Red Bull cans out of it. Like,
Yeah. And it's the Gao 8. It's people are like, oh yeah, you build the airplane, then you build the weapon system. No.
No, you build the weapon system and then you build the airplane around
was
it.
built
Yeah.
around the Gao 8.
do you know who built the Gao 8?
It was General Electric.
It was
They also
fucking
make a good
GE.
washing machine.
But yeah,
Well,
because you know what's
Imagine
funny?
that, they make
they
things that
make really
rotate
good
They
things
make
that
things that
rotate
spin.
well. Yeah.
Yeah. What's funny is that the motor of the Gao 8 was actually a prototype that they increased and scaled up that was going to go into a washing machine.
It was an industrial sized washing machine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And they scaled it up and refined it, and it just found that it had really high torque, and they were like, oh man, here we can use this really high torque and we'll put it into this gun that's the size of a Volkswagen Beetle.
So there was something else that they did
That
with
was my
that
first
too.
vehicle,
I can't remember.
Volkswagen Beetle.
It's not gunpowder that they use either. It's something else because that way it doesn't create fumes that
It's a
negate the engines or something like that.
It's a very specific. It's all aircraft cannons use it. It's a very
Yeah, now-
specific type of like smokeless, high explosive. And the Gao 8's, all of its casings are aluminum. Which
So that way if it does hit the turbo fans, it just bounces off.
oh no, it's
Or get
because it
shredded.
makes it lighter.
So
That
Oh,
it's
that's
literally
awesome,
just
dude.
for weight. That's it's like it's because the way the Gao 8 doesn't eject its shells when it fires, it gets caught inside the chassis.
Yeah.
Along
Still
with
not my
most
favorite.
autocannons.
Still not my favorite story of engineering though.
No, I just like how the A-10 can fly with one engine, one wing, half landing gear, and still
Oh,
do its
yeah.
job. It's
Yeah.
hilarious.
I mean, so can the F-15.
Oh, the F-15 is the F-15 is a whole nother type of beastie, but the A-10, the fact that it has, I think it's like, if I remember correctly, it's 2,000 pounds of titanium around the cockpit.
Yeah,
Because they're
something
like,
that.
they're like it's very much the Helldivers theme of the plane will survive you. The plane will be fine. We want the pilot
So
to live
is-
a little longer.
It's literally what they did with the P-47 Thunderbolt,
Mhm.
and they put it in the Warthog. That's why it's nicknamed the Thunder, or it's called the Thunderbolt 2, nicknamed
Yeah.
Warthog. Yeah. So my favorite feat of aeronautic engineering is actually the fuel for the SR-71 Blackbird.
Oh yeah. Because it has a slamjet to ramjet conversion engine.
Well, not only that, but the fact that you can put a cigar out in the fuel and it will not ignite.
Because its flash point's super high. Because it's meant to be
Stupid high.
Because it's meant to be pressurized.
No, it's because it leaks on the fucking runway.
Ah,
That's why they had to do it that way. Because otherwise, if it did, once it hit the engines, it
Just
would ignite and
kabloots.
blow the plane up. Yeah. So
Well,
they made it
that
to
means
where
that
it,
its flash point is high because it has to be under pressure in the tank to burn.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. It's a pressure. It's more like diesel than it is like gasoline.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts. Yeah, I
Absolutely
being an
fucking
organic chemist, that's the kind of stuff that I like. It's just goofy. Like,
Yeah, and I mean they did it because you probably know, but I'm just going to explain it for everyone else. Because the titanium plates that they use would expand when it hits Mach 3 because of all the heat. So they had to leave a gap, and those gaps made it to where fuel would leak from the wings because that's where the fuel is stored. So this is the whole reason why they had to do it.
now you know.
And the fact that when they built it, they built it out of titanium. Like I said, the only producer of titanium was Russia. And this was in the middle of the Cold War, so Russia's not just going to sell the United States a bunch of titanium. So the United States made a bunch of companies in like Brazil and Argentina and Spain and stuff like
Shell
that.
company.
All the titanium, yes, bought the titanium, shipped it back to the U.S. and dissolved those companies. Fucking insane. Sorry, this is like one of my favorite planes of all time.
Oh yeah. One of my favorite things of engineering is how the U.S. perfected the M1 Abrams, and we've been using it because we just built it off of the backs of the rest of our tanks. and
Yeah.
we continue to advance it in such a way like there's still a lot of quirks in it, but it is a monster in every sense of the word. It outclasses a lot of the other tanks that are used by other militaries, and it doesn't have an ammo ring around the turret like Russia still uses for whatever reason. Just
Oh
hey,
yeah, what do they call that?
ammo carousel.
No. When you hit it and the turret flies off.
Turret toss.
Turret toss. That's right.
Yeah. It's because like in the Abrams, we saw that was a problem with a lot of older tanks. If you hit the ammo rack, it's usually located inside the tank. So if you hit it, it detonates. Same issue in ships.
Yep.
So what we
matter how
did
armored it
is
that gets hit.
the back of the Abrams turret is meant that if it gets hit, that's where all the ammo is. When you are loading the tank, you put a bunch of the surplus ammo goes in the rack in the back of the turret, and you have a few rounds on hand up front. You have like 3 plus 1 in the chamber. So you usually have like things that are quick. So like if you need to swap to a heat round, you have one like right there. You don't have to go through the rack. But they don't let you have a lot up front because they don't want it, to explode. The rest of them are in this rack that has a blast door built into in the crew compartment. So if it gets hit, it is meant to blow away from the turret. You still have an ammo reserve in the tank, so you can still fight for a little bit. You're limping, but you're good. But it essentially causes all the blast to go away from the crew, the engine, and all the systems. So that way, if the ammo rack gets explode, the tank doesn't explode.
Yeah.
And then the fact they were like, hey, so we've been having issues in urban combat with tanks because tanks plus urban combat equals bad. We're gonna make the Tusk 2 system. Well, not even that. Just like going through small streets is death for tanks if you don't have infantry support. Because you need people to clear those buildings so you don't get flanked. Because as you can imagine, tunnel vision is real. Because if only way you can not have tunnel vision is to have your hatches popped,
Hatch popped.
and that's how you get a grenade in your pants, literally. It's not fun. So they were like, okay, well, we need to build stuff into play that makes it easier to survive urban situations. So they made the Tusk system, which is the tank urban survival kit. They went through 2 iterations. The second one is currently on the Abrams models that were over in Afghanistan. And then the Busk 3, which is the Bradley urban survival kit, is a 3rd iteration, and it's on all of our Bradleys that went overseas. Essentially, it just has a bunch of additional things that are meant to counteract improvised explosives, RPGs, IEDs, anti-tank mines, and give more cover and utility to the crew. So like the gunner seat, that if you had to open your hatch has like bulletproof glass, it has an actual crow's nest. Your commander has like an actual camera that rolls around, not just a hatch. You have additional weaponry on your coax, so you're better at fighting infantry as well as fighting tanks. You have skirt plating on your rotors, which makes it harder to actually hit your treads. They use specific types of tread pins that were able to like be repaired very quickly. They had ERA plating on all the slants. They had smoke launchers and shrapnel launchers built onto the tanks to help clear out dense areas. Additional plating in certain areas. It was just like all these modifications that were like, yes, bolt this on and you'll be good. And so a normal M1 Abrams clocks in at 70, I think it's 77 tons naked. So that's loaded, ready for bear, but it's just its standard plating. It is 77 tons. It is a fucking monster. And uses a gasoline turbine engine. An hour. Yep. It has a governor that keeps it at about 40, because during the first Afghani war, it was outpacing the fuel trucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember that friggin'. Well, I don't remember that, but I remember the memes that came from that because the friggin' like. Because there was a bunch of Tokyo Drift memes. There was a lot of Tokyo Drift.
Yeah.
It was literally fucking dune surfing, though, man. It was doing 70 in the sand, in the desert.
Because it uses, instead of V-twins that are diesel like the Leopards, it used the gas turbine, which in not a desert environment works really, 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 really well.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it means that they hit inclines. They do kind of crawl, which is kind of the bad side of it because you don't have as much torque as diesel engines. But like if you're picking up speed, like you're gonna fucking get there. It's gonna happen because you could just fucking clear shit. And so it's meant to do actual open field combat. Like, it is meant to outpace other tanks. It's meant to out-survive, outmaneuver other tanks. But, like, in that kind of environment, it was dog shit. Because, as you can imagine, if you're moving air very quickly through an engine in the desert, what happens when you sandblast the engine? So that becomes a problem.
That's true.
But yeah, it's like the engineering of the Abrams is fucking hilarious to me, but it's also very well done.
Able to do 70 in the sand though, until it got sandblasted. But it's still able to do it.
See, the problem is they should have made it so that it had a nice interior that was designed to withstand and just turned it into like a fucking kiln so they could cook their food at the same time.
You know what? Fair point. But you know why we're one of the only nations that still use smoothbore guns on our tanks?
No, I don't know this.
So, British, German, Austrian, Sweden, like a bunch of the NATO tanks use rifled barrels for their tanks. Because as you would imagine, you would think that rifled means better accuracy.
Unless something gets caught in the rifling.
No, it's not even that. It's the fact that when you're using specific types of anti-tank rounds, it depends on the way it works. Will make it work a certain way. So you can use sabot rounds, which are essentially just needles, in rifled stuff, because it's essentially a slug. Go figure. You can use armor-penetrating rounds and other types of standard tank rounds through rifling. British rounds, specifically Challenger 2, which is what worked in partner during the Ring of Fire with Abrams, use what's known as HESH rounds, high explosive squash head, because they're essentially soft nose that are full of plastic explosive, and so as they are fired and they're spinning, they'll slam into something. The plastic explosive in them will flatten to a pancake, and then will detonate a half second later. Because then what it does, it increases the area of effect of the explosion, and is meant to break fortifications, buildings, and armor plating, and cause what's known as spalling, throwing metal fragments inside the tank at the crew and injuring them, or breaking internal systems.
Effectively acting as a cheap-shaped charge.
Basically. And so there's other types of rounds they can use with the rifling, but there's a round that we made called MPAT and Heat, where MPAT's known as multi-purpose anti-tank, so it's a mix between sabot and Heat, which Heat stands for high explosive anti-tank. Multi-purpose is meant for like light targets, like cars, trucks, small buildings, stuff like it's meant to do light work that's meant to have an AT side of it. Sabot's meant to punch through heavy armor, and then Heat's meant to punch through medium armor. Now, the way Heat works is it uses a copper cone. Basically, when it detonates, it forces compressed gas, essentially, instantaneously at a pinpoint through metal plating. So it has to slam it with no centrifugal force whatsoever, because if it doesn't, it's spinning, all that gas leaves, doesn't get compressed, and the round is ineffective. So U.S. tanks, because we specifically use Heat rounds and MPAT rounds, we can't have rifled barrels. Which is why we have a bunch of additional aiming stuff on the actual muzzle that helps with zeroing, because of the fact since it's smoothbore, we can still hit something 5 kilometers out with a sabot. We set it records with the Abrams before, but that's why we use smoothbore out of all the NATO forces, because of the fact that we use Heat and MPAT. We don't use squash heads.
I guess the rifling causing the round to spin is what would fuck up those Heat rounds.
Yep.
What it sounds like at least.
Basically, it just throws the gases out so it doesn't penetrate. But yeah,
that makes sense.
Fun fact: the more you know.
Speaking of which, did you hear what they just did with the F-15?
Terrified to ask.
So you know that it's supposed to be retired, like, I don't know, 30 times or whatever, right?
Yeah, it will never retire.
No. So they just outfitted an F-15E with a better radar than the F-22 and the hypersonic missiles.
So they took the Strike Eagle and they gave it improved SADAR and AIM 9Xs and said, go have fun.
basically.
That's terrifying.
They called it the stealth killer.
I
so
love
you want to
it.
hit ship from further and faster? Well,
Yeah, pretty much. So, because you know what, the F-22 radar cross section of F-22 is a fucking bumblebee, which in itself is absolutely fucking insane to talk about. However, this new radar on the F-15 can actually determine whether or not that quote unquote bumblebee is an actual bee or a fucking F-22. So it can actually hit longer than the F-22 can.
Oh, so they've turned into hunter
that's
killers.
why we have so
Yes.
many bees being killed.
Yeah,
That's why we have so many bees being killed. You
So,
walk
and this is
outside,
just-
you see a bumblebee just get slammed by a sidewinder.
Fucking sidewinder, yeah. Fucking insane. Oh, just explosions
half
everywhere.
the town square
Real reason behind the
explodes.
declining bee population.
Hopefully
Canada,
there's no one sitting there looking at that flower with the bee on it. 'cause
Canada
they're about
puts
to
out
get
a statement. A stealth fighter was found in Toronto today. It turned out to be a singular honeybee that flew too close to a radar tower.
Yeah.
The building is missing. Survivors have been accounted for, and the pilot has been
Holy-
fired.
Oh, fuck. So the scary part about that is that's only what the government is telling us.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Which
if
the
you
US
knew what
government-
the F-22 could do, fully spec
Right.
I mean,
out.
just play War
Right.
Thunder. You'll find out soon enough.
You
Yeah,
play
that's
War
true.
Thunder. Shut the fuck up.
So, because every other government around the world will tell you that something that it does something, and it actually is way worse than what they say it does.
Yeah.
The United States Army will tell you just a little bit of what it does and let you find out the rest later.
Yep.
And it's fucking terrifying.
Like, did you know that the UH-60 mics have radar jammers on them?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yep. Transport helicopters have radar jammers. It's meant to break
Yeah.
up SAM line of sight,
Fair.
which is hilarious because it's a fucking, it's a 12-ton passenger helicopter. It's just meant to just haul ass. And did you know there's a variant of the Black Hawk that can have 4 48 rocket pods on it?
I did hear about that. Yes.
It's the
What?
ESS variant. It's so fucking dumb. We call it the Siege Hammer
I
That's
mean,
basically
I
what it
was
is.
gonna say
because it flies like a fucking brick. It flies worse than Master Chief falling out of suborbit.
I mean, yeah, that checks out.
Like, damn, that thing is a fucking ugh. Don't want to talk about cinder blocks with wings. Ugh.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But we
That's
brought up
not the
F-22.
cinder block you want to have coming through your window. That's for damn sure.
So there's another quick story about the F-22 real quick. So you know how NATO always gets these like quote unquote dog fights to see how their planes stack up
yeah,
against other
it's
planes
war
and whatnot.
games. Yeah.
War games, yes. So did you know that the Norwegians actually shot down an F-22, quote unquote, shot down an F-22
I mean, it's possible. Like, it's not impossible.
with a Eurofighter?
I mean,
What did they
Everyone
fly it
has a
straight
bad
into
day.
it? Like what?
No. So the only way that this was to happen, right? And Norway was so fucking just ecstatic that they shot down an F-22 until the report came out that the F-22 started with the Eurofighter on its 6 and had drop tanks. And that was the only way that the Eurofighter could shoot it down.
We started directly on its ass, and it's slow as fuck.
Literally
We got
gave it
this.
like the biggest disadvantage that the F-22 could ever fucking have
Is
in
making
order
it
for it to
overweight.
shoot it down.
overweight and shitty aerodynamics.
And the fact that now it has a cross section.
Yeah, yeah.
That just straight up, that just like, I instantly got the vibes of like the kid at the park who has to be handed the fucking like participation award sort of thing. Like,
No, it's more of like the fact of like a kid coming up to you in a boxing match, punching you in the leg, and you falling over. And just being
It's
like,
like,
oh, no, you
This
got
is the
me.
equivalent of Jake Paul trying to fight Mike Tyson, and we all know it's a cash grab.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a good one. That's a good
A
one.
53-year-old Mike Tyson would completely destroy fucking Jake Paul, but we're not going to go there.
Well, starting with his ear, but
Starting with the ear, yes.
Specifically
that man
with
is
the
still
ear.
Terrifying.
Yes, he is. So
Mike Tyson has a point to prove too, so you know.
Oh yeah. So now that we've had our tangent,
I think there's going to be one more thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, could I do one more?
Yeah, sure.
Real quick. I need to get the thing first. Hold on.
No.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna say,
We'll smash.
happy belated birthday, Rage.
Oh.
Wow.
Belated
birthday, boy.
Yeah, my birthday was on Wednesday.
Very nice.
Oh, I see. Very nice. Hopefully you had a good birthday.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I just relaxed and did nothing at home.
Fair.
And then I was going to have a pool thing on Sunday, but then when I talked to Stealth about it, going, hey, do you want to come over? He goes, dude, I have to have dinner with my family at 3. I'm like, why? He goes, it's Easter. No, a shot glass. Shot glass. I'm like, fuck, it is Easter. Son of a bitch.
God dang it, Bobby.
So I guess I'm going to get drunk in the pool by myself.
Oh, no.
I don't know why you're saying, oh, no. That's still a fucking great-ass Sunday.
I was going to say, this sounds like still a good Sunday. You were just relaxing.
I ain't going to church. Fuck that shit.
Right.
You don't want to join in on a shot real quick?
I got a 0 shot glass. Zero the dog from Nightmare Before Christmas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you want me to do? I got the 100 proof and I got the 120 proof. Huh?
Choose, Finrod. Choose.
What 120 is it?
They're both Knob Creek.
They're both Knob Creek? No.
Yeah. So the 120 is a single barrel reserve.
You know what? Let's go with the 120.
Oh, man.
Let's make tonight interesting in D&D.
I think he's trying to get me drunk. I'm a little scared.
Maybe a little.
Slightly aroused.
So while Rage does that, so you guys have your options. You know that there's possibly something you could find in Far Reach. You know that you could go and drop the gear off at Slanted Keep to start getting the forging process together. Or you could try to see if someone can help you in Far Reach, as it is a dwarven fortress. Or you can go anywhere else to try and recruit people. I mean, whatever order of operation you want to try and tag this in, it is up to y'all.
I do want to say I kind of forgot about Far Reach because I thought it was just like abandoned war forges that we basically all ended. To be honest.
Well, you're incorrect and you should feel bad.
Meh. Hey,
you're bad and you should
I'm
feel
fine with
bad.
being wrong.
Oh. Okay, so we're doing the shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to say or no?
To another year with the Mr. Rage.
That works. I was just going to go with the whole, like, if water was beer and I was a duck. Bullshit. Cheers, friends.
Cheers, my friends.
Cheers.
Woo!
But
it's okay. It's only 60% alcohol by volume. I'm okay. Holy fuck. I'm okay.
I
I'll
kind
be
of
okay.
almost rather have a dwarf make the weapon. I'd be down for Far Reach.
Is Coverall still a dwarf?
I mean, he's technically at this point a warforged, but he is made from a dwarf.
So, like, half and half?
I mean, not really half and half. It's just Coverall in a metal body.
And it was one of their warforged that they made.
Yep. I mean, it was essentially just a warforged that was brought back to Thurlby, who was able to turn it into a blank and use it to save Coverall from a terrible demise. You know? like what a normal artificer would do, you know.
Back with that whole plot armor bullshit. Yeah.
I wouldn't really say plot armor. It was more of, you could have not done it. It just would have been bad for Kavral.
No. Not Coverall having plot armor. Mad King having plot armor.
Oh, the Mad King having plot armor? No, the Mad King has bullshit powers.
Fucked his ass up. Sorry. It's like one of my greatest accomplishments.
I mean, that is fair.
Wasn't that an emphasis roll that hit a nat 20? Isn't that what that was?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fucking. Oh. Memories. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
But yeah, so, yeah. So where do you guys want to go?
I want to go wherever Finrod wants to go.
I'm okay with the idea of trying to see if we can't get that Titan working, and also, enlisting their help possibly.
I would like to change my answer. I want to go wherever Coverall wants to go, because it seems like he has a plan and I don't.
I would like to go wherever he wants to go now.
Yeah, no. Now that I know I'm wrong about Far Reach, I want to go there. Basically.
Yeah.
I said the word
Sounds a
Titan,
lot
and
better.
Rager's mind was just like da 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 da.
It's just flying across. So you take a few hours out of your night. You speak to the captain and tell him that you wish to go to Farreach. You realize as you're traveling towards Farreach is that you haven't really talked about what has happened over the countryside since the Mad King reemerged. You know of what happened to McCrag. You know that it was assaulted, but you don't know what has happened past that. What's happened to their towns. And so the captain decides to fill you in, so to speak, on what has occurred as of late. In essence, where'd my voice go? Okay, apparently Discord didn't want to pick up voicemail. That's cool. Anyway, so essentially, in essence,
skill issue, bud.
Yeah, I know, right? In essence, he tells you that a lot of the cities on the western side of the country have been hit relatively hard. A lot of the smaller towns that didn't have a lot of guards or people to really assist just could not really manage as well as others could. It's the soldiers that the Mad King released seemed to go unopposed, basically running through any resistance they could really run into on some of the ones that were on the outlier cities, so to speak, or the linchpins between supply lines. That some of the lines have been broken, some towns are under occupation, some are currently being used as quote-unquote recruitment stations. There are others that are being used as prisoner camps and such of that nature, that the Mad King's trying to facilitate some kind of military chokehold on that region. They don't know much. They've flown past it, and they've seen smokestacks coming out of every town they could see on the horizon. And they couldn't really see a lot of damage to the towns away from McCrag, but they could tell that McCrag definitely took a severe hit from whatever force came down on it. And so they lead you in a little more of some of the details. Essentially what it boils down to is that the soldiers that the Mad King use are everywhere at this point. They're causing quite an issue, taking civilians, killing soldiers, ransacking towns, burning fields, a lot of real nasty shit that the big guys having them do. And so they haven't made it fully to the eastern region, as some of the larger towns, much like the Setlands, Jarl's Throne, and the Black Marsh Keep, have been pushing back against any of these occupying forces and kind of keeping them away from the main roads, kind of forcing them away from any kind of true land walk between the west and the east. But even the gnomes know that a defense never lasts forever. Eventually something is going to break. And if something doesn't change, they're not sure how long the forces are going to last. Because everything's been scattered. You don't have unified militaries fighting anymore. It is now smaller groups coming out of multiple keeps, all trying to fight off of significantly larger and what seems to be a better equipped force. So he gives you that background just so you understand, and that they can't confirm the damage that's been done to Macragge. They know that it hasn't been pretty, but they know that it's still standing for the most part. And after a few hours of chatting with the captain, getting an idea of what's occurred in these regions, and what to expect once you cross over to the west to try and deal with some of the issues, that it's not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination. And that from what he's seen of Farreach during his travels over the horizons, is that originally it was thought to have been abandoned. But it seems that people have been, or something has moved back in as it started to look alive again. So questions need to be answered. And he just tells you to be careful, because you never know who could actually be in there. So, you're over Farreach. He hasn't landed quite yet, but you're there. You can see the large strip mine that was behind Farreach where you went before. The elevator, not really intact as much, definitely burned significantly, but you can see the hole, so you know it's still there. And as you approach, you do see smoke coming out of the city. Not smoke of the smoke on, like, the city's on fire. Smoke looks to be from forges or chimneys.
Like London in the 1920s?
Mayhaps. Yeah, I mean, that's a good comparison.
I would like to turn to, well, I'd like to get the attention of the captain of the ship. And when I do, I'd like to be like, so, I know for a fact that you guys like to tinker with all sorts of stuff. What if I were to tell you that in this very mineshaft below us is a mostly functional Titan Warforged that we could pull out and tinker on?
I'd say that that's a mighty fine find, sir. But unfortunately, those of us who tend to tinker are not aboard this ship. Those of us that are here are mostly fixer-uppers of the airship itself. Pilots and engineers mostly. None of us that are of that skill. But judging by the looks of what's going on in Farreach, maybe there's someone down there that could have the expertise you're looking for. And I wish you the best of luck, sir.
Thank you kindly. We shall need it.
Just so you all know, you won't have to use the pods this time. We do have a large clearing to the south we'll be able to land at. Hey, prepare for touchdown. And you hear a bunch of levers and gears begin clanking and pulling as the ship gently kind of falls and lands into a large open field to the south of Far Reach. And no sooner does it land and the engines begin to spool down, the gnomes getting out and checking systems, loading weaponry, stuff, normal ship maintenance things during touchdowns, that the gates of Far Reach open. So you guys...
you went too fast there. No, I got an idea in my head, and that's all I can think about right now.
Yeah, essentially, you guys landed, and as you landed, the doors to Far Reach open, but no one walks out. It's just the doors open.
And nobody walks out?
Nobody walks out. Doors are open.
So, do we want to try and go get the Warforged Titan first, or go into Far Reach and see if we can find someone to make the weapon?
Well, I think first of all we should go into Far Reach and see if there is anybody who could help us pull the Titan out of the pit, because I don't think we're going to be able to do that with just the three of us.
You know, he's right.
Oh. Can't argue that one.
No matter how many ropes the pulleys you craft up.
We could, however, possibly utilize the help to set up a pulley system to the airship and have the airship do most of the work.
Ah, I like what you think. You have to get the airship over there, though. Is there enough room for it to at least hover close enough for our ropes and pulleys?
I mean, it's...
Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
It's still not going through.
I don't think there's any skyscrapers around here. I'm pretty sure we're good.
I mean, it could be at like the bottom of a large ravine and the ship can't fit. I mean, I don't know. I'm just making sure. But I'm looking at this map and I can't tell.
So,
Fair.
why is it being such an asshole?
And the person who has the answers to that is not.
He said
I guess he's
he used
trying
to
to
answer you.
No, he's trying to. He just saw him deafen and then undeafen.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah.
Discord's being
We shall
stupid.
Indeed. Well, seeing as we have a moment, hydration break. I'll be right back and I'll get some water.
Oh, that's cool. I need ice for another drink, anyways.
The timing.
Yeah.
So, who do we want to maybe when we go to try and get the Titan race to see who could get there first? Hey, I hear that. The boom boom. He
Boy
has
who
been
lives.
resurrected.
Come to die. I went full on Harry Potter with that. I don't know where that even came from. Not even a Harry Potter fan. Hey, look, out of the entire fucking series of movies, that's probably the best quote ever. The boy who lived, come to die.
Okay, I'm back. Ah, excellent.
Yeah, it constantly does that to me too.
Nope.
Gonna fucking die.
Uh-oh.
Property?
Excellent.
There it is.
It has
There
been
it is.
fixed.
Yep. It's now actually procking. Because
This is not
it's
me
supposed to
casually checking
be
my audio as well to make sure that it's working.
because it was supposed to be running my voice through an EQ so it sounds better. Apparently it just wasn't, which just begs the question of why the hell did I have voice mod on at all if nothing was picking it up, doing the
That's
thing
why
I
you
asked
sound
it
like
to
a
do.
65-year-old grandma. Got it.
No, yeah. Ugh.
No, listening to my grandmother like talk about the Abrams earlier was pretty cool.
Thanks. Because I'm secretly 65-year-old grandmother.
I fucking knew it.
Yep. This
Knew
this
something damn
hole
good
is a
coming up with
facade.
stories.
It is a really big facade, you know.
Now you sound like that dude from Grandma's Boy.
Grandma's boy.
Guy, yeah, the guy that thought he was a robot.
I mean, I'm just a CPT. I don't know what you're talking about.
You've seen that movie, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I have not, so the reference is lost on me.
Please sit
Cringe.
on my face.
Cringe. But so yeah. As you come across Farish, you see that there is the strip mine behind it. It's not really in a ravine. It's something that you could possibly bring the airship over and drop ropes into. But remember, this is an airship, not a cargo freighter. So it is possible to try, but the ship is not exactly meant to pull an entire Warforged Titan out of the depths of a mining pit.
No, but
It's
it
not
could
exactly
make it
in the
easier
job
for us
description.
to do it.
It could make it easier for you guys to do it, yes. It could be a good tool for an assistant, but it's just not something that's going to be, with the three of you in an airship, be able to pull the Titan out.
So we still
Not
need to
even
go
with
in and
like
find people.
100 pulleys.
Are you going to be able
I
to
think there's a certain
find 100
period that
pulleys?
the pulleys have diminishing returns.
Yeah, it's after a certain number. It's just you just have a bunch of friction, just a bunch of
I
pulleys
just said
and
100 because
ropes.
there's four. There would be four of us at that point, so 25 each. You know, I thought that might hit that number. It'd be okay.
That hit that sweet physics spot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no. It's gonna be something more along the line of the three of you plus the airship could have a chance of pulling it up and out, but it's not because you also don't know, um, because it's not exactly where the hole was. You'd have to at least move it to where the hole is so you can attach it to ropes to start with. Now, you could probably use the airship lines to drop into the mine. But then it's the idea of trying to get the Warforged out is the other part of the issue. But past that point entirely, you guys see the doors open to Far Reach, almost welcoming. But there's no fanfare. There's no one out there waiting for you. It's kind of weird because it's just quiet. Like, not unnervingly quiet. It's just like you expect that when doors open of a keep, that there's people. There's going to be noise, commotion, something, right? In here, it's there's not much. You're just kind of standing there. The doors are open, and like no one's come out to greet you. No one's come out to say hello. Uh, but you do begin to hear the faint sounds of work being done, and then you are hit with the most splendid smell of food. Overall, you recognize the smell immediately. It's dwarven rum cakes. You recognize that smell with like the bottom of your heart and stomach, where as it hits your nose, you're almost pulled in like Looney Tunes style.
I was literally just gonna say Corval just literally does like the fucking demented Gimli cackle and just starts striding in.
Yeah,
Oh, so
yeah,
it was when you said cartoon style, I was thinking like the smoke like made a finger and made you
yeah,
like
yeah.
come here and then you
That's
started
what I was
floating.
talking
Yeah.
about. Like it picks him
Okay.
up by the nose and pulls him in.
Yeah.
But Coverall also just demented Gimli laughs and goes in as well. That's also fun.
From inside you hear, "Well, you coming?"
So just to paint this picture, we're watching a warforge that has the soul of a dwarf inside of it. I'm guessing running like a dwarf would, because that's how he knows how to run.
Yeah, basically. I mean,
That
the
is a
Warforged you
fucking
guys have
glorious picture.
is like only slightly larger than a dwarf because they were made by dwarves for dwarves. So it's
It
as
is
close to like
still
a
fantastic
dwarf
picture.
Warforged. It is very funny. Yes,
Like
it is
I
still
am
very
picturing Krillin from the original Dragon Ball series running,
yeah.
but metal, and it is fantastic.
With like the weird leg animations they do when they run really
Yes.
fast. Yeah.
Yes. Like the
Okay,
arms
so
out, I think he like clenches his thumbs and shit too. Like, yeah, that's what I'm
Mhm.
picturing.
I found
Amazing.
it. All you hear as he strides in is.
Perfect. Amazing. So yeah, it's you guys see Kavral just run in. He has the demented laugh and he just hustles into there, calling back to you as he does. What do you guys do?
Rage, I think we should go follow. He must be onto something good.
If you wait too long, there's not going to be any more rum cake.
Damn
Did
that
you
bastard!
just say rum cake?
He always knows to tempt me with food.
Uh,
Okay,
So
so I
so
lied.
we
It wasn't
follow.
Krillin. It was Yajirobe. But here's the picture that was in my head.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
yes, yes. With the little oval feet.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Mhm.
100%. So yeah, it's so you see Kavral just hustle and bustle inside, calling back about rum cakes. And you two follow him in. And as you do, you start to smell it too. You start to smell food and drink. It's it's odd because it's spiced to the point of where it's not recognizable to you. It's like you recognize the base components. You recognize the smell of base pastries and baking. You recognize the smell of a tavern and ales. You recognize the smell of food being cooked on stovetops. And it seems odd because you have all these smells and these noises of these actions happening, but you haven't seen anyone yet. Like there's a large spit roast on a large fire in the center of what looks to be a square, a town square. And no one's watching it. It's just turning on its own on a motorized pulley system. It's cooking, but there's no one around.
You're stumping me tonight, man. I'll give you that. I have no idea what to do or say or any of this shit. It may also be that 120 proof shot that I took, but I'll give it to you nonetheless.
He's making me feel like I was right about the town.
There's a spit roast, so like a bonfire with a rotisserie on it.
Yeah, of a
Nobody
large
around.
animal. It's being turned by what looks to be a motorized pulley. But past that, you smell all these smells of food, of drink, of things being made, of cooking leather, of hot steel, but it's just you don't see anyone. All these smells are happening. They point to people being here, but you don't see the people. And that's the concerning part.
Everything seems to be automated at the moment.
All right, I'm gonna be this. I'm gonna do the stupid thing. I'm ready to do the stupid thing. So I'm gonna pull out one of my short swords, and I'm sure there's a carriage of some sort for food somewhere around, right? Like a plate or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab that, take the short sword, and as the thing is rotating on the fire, I'm gonna go ahead and take my sword and slice a piece off onto the plate.
Yeah, you do it.
Corporal says, dwarven ingenuity.
And then I'm gonna start eating it.
It's
Corporal
delicious.
where the rum cake smell is coming from.
It's delicious. I tell
So-
everybody that it's fucking delicious. They need to grab a plate.
Well, hold your horses.
Okay.
So you begin eating it, and it is delicious. It is spiced. It has flavors that use an Aarakocra where you grew up, just you never experienced it. The diet difference between an elf, a dwarf, and Aarakocra is massive. The one thing that you never really learned about was dwarven cuisine. Because in everywhere that you've lived after you moved from your homeland, your hometown, where you grew up, wherever, is that a lot of the times the cuisine is diluted because it's made in cities or farms or keeps where there's a lot of individuals around. Or you have much of that if you go to a supermarket like strip mall, you find like American Chinese and Tex-Mex and American Mexican, where it's a mixture of multiple kind of cultures into a single kind of food stuff. You know, American Peruvian restaurants, it's very rare you find a authentic restaurant. Oh, Mr. Zendif, thank you for the resubscribe.
Well,
you're at a convention. Big appreciate, my friendo.
Have fun at the convention.
Have fun.
Definitely have fun. Also, I feel like you're preaching to me right now. That's just like my everyday life.
Well, what I'm getting at is that you, as the Aarakocra, have never had authentic dwarven cuisine. And it seems that they spice their food heavily. Because as you've had your encounter with dwarven ales, such as Rotgut, is that it is strong. Very strong. And you've known a few dwarves who have been able to knock back a few pints of Rotgut before they feel anything. You've seen a dwarf get thrown through a wall, get back up, and get back into a fist fight. You've seen them run over by carriages, dropped out of the sky, thrown out of catapults. You've watched Dwarven Jackass. You've seen what Danny Knoxville does. You know, you've seen it. You kind of know what's going on, but you've never had authentic cuisine, and it suddenly hits you there's a reason what they have is stronger. It's because dwarves have such dulled senses of taste because of where they work and live, being either underground in the mountains or in a forge, that their taste buds just don't have the same kind of receptors as everyone else. So they have to really amp up the flavor to feel it. Unfortunately for you, that flavor revolves around capsaicin.
Oh no!
What are we talking about? Like ghost pepper? Are we talking about reaper?
Think scorpion pepper to an Aarakocra.
Scorpion, huh?
Ooh, okay.
Like it's definitely, you bit into it and it is delicious. The flavors hit you. It is the best
Okay.
cooked
All right, hold on, time
werebeast.
out.
Yeah. What?
Pause this. Anyone else is like mouth watering on this, or am I the only fat one here? Because
No.
my God.
No, mine is too.
Okay.
I mean,
So you
describing how I cook food, so
yeah.
I mean, right? Like, okay.
So you walk up to the spit roast, you take out your short sword, and you cut a slice off, and you see that it is perfectly marbled. It is slow roasted. The skin is crisp. You see that it is grade A. If you knew what grading meat was, you would definitely say that it is a grade A. It is just pristine, well seasoned, tender, juicy, whatever the fuck this is. And you bite into it, and all these flavors hit you. You're tasting cloves, you're tasting garlic, you're tasting onions and peppers, and just all of this mixture of complementary flavors. But then something starts to creep up from the back of your tongue, and it feels like you just swallowed a fireball.
It still sounds delicious. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I'm not
I am
saying it's
all,
not
I
delicious.
am
It's just
all
that
for this shit.
that spice is now kicking you in the teeth a little bit, and it catches you by surprise as you are telling the rest of your party members that, man, this is delicious. As you suddenly are just like, oh god.
So I need to tell you what I'm imagining right now. So going back to cartoons, Foghorn Leghorn, but like his whole body starting to turn red, and then like the fire
Yes.
coming out of his mouth. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
hey guys, this is some.
His
Stops
beak
mid
turns into like
sense.
a train whistle.
Yeah, so you guys see just Rage stop in mid sense, as you can swear you see steam coming out through his beak. As his eyes go, or his eye goes wide.
Does it slowly turn red from the bottom up?
Yes.
Tell me there's like a horse trough or something of water nearby.
Oh,
That I
you
just
betcha.
Like,
You betcha.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing this. Dude, I'm all for this now. I think we're on the same page now. This is gonna be good.
So you
All we hear as he runs over.
Yes. You hear him just kind of high pitched yelp as he runs for a horse trough, dropping the plate, dropping his sword, dropping the meat. As he just runs for this horse trough and just dunks his whole head in, as you just hear him just drinking water and bubbles coming up that sound like tiny screams.
Oh, let me say the line. Just let me get done and say
Do
the
it.
line. Okay. So I get done and I turn to them just absolutely like sweating, like sweat pouring down. Like I'm fucking feeling this shit, right? And I just look at him and go, that's a spicy meatball. Sorry, mask. I couldn't stay away from it.
That's
yeah.
It's allowed. It's allowed. It was a good interjection.
I like it.
Okra
Yeah.
is just like not okra.
I'm
What
a
the fuck am I saying?
fucking idiot, but I love it.
Good old dwarven cooking.
Coverall, you would recognize the recipe on this object you see in front of you that's being cooked. You recognize it as what dwarves call it as spice roast. It's usually of boar or of cow or yak, basically a large animal that's meant to be cooked over a long period of time and serves a number of people. Think very much like a shawarma station. Well, yeah, like kind of like a pig roast, but more of like it spins and you just kind of cut your own slices off.
Literally, that's exactly what I was thinking of when I was like, "Oh, I take my short sword out." I was thinking shawarma, like the whole,
Yeah.
but like,
Yeah.
and like turn it 90 degrees.
It's very much like whatever creature is being cooked on the spit is acting much of that of like a kebab or shawarma stand. And you recognize the smell and you recognize the meat, and you think that it's probably some kind of grass-fed prairie animal, something akin to a cow, if you will, for all intents and purposes. But you feel like you were going to warn Rage about how dwarves spice things, but you forgot that he had never had authentic dwarven cooking until it was too late and he was already in the trough.
Yep. Oh, first time having spice roast, I see. Well, it'll do that to you. It's good though.
Okay, I gotta paint this picture real quick.
Uh,
I'm so sorry. I'm doing this a lot. So I feel like Coverall says this like arms folded, eyes closed, like head down, like sure of himself and stuff. As he's doing that, I'm going back for more.
Very good.
Coverall's just gonna be like, I'll bring you some rum cake. It'll help after.
I'm gonna need it.
And so yeah, Rage, you go up to the spice roast and knowing what you face, you prepare yourself mentally this time. And it still burns, but you're able to kind of, not panic, and you enjoy the ride a little bit. But as you're slicing off your next piece and going to eat it, Finrod and Kavral, you are going towards the smell of the rum cakes. Finrod, what are you looking for? You notice that there are many a good smell going on at this peculiar time, as well as some interesting noises that are kind of picking up your ears. Because you kind of remember what you were here for, that you were looking for someone that could either build or repair, or someone who could just get you guys things
Make
that
a
could help
weapon.
you make a weapon, or just get you something to make you stronger. Who's to say? And you feel like you hear hammers against anvils in the distance.
That is where I want to go because if you already read where I want to go.
All right.
I'm like
So,
following them, but at the same time looking for someone that would be helping us because I'm sitting there going, where are the people?
yeah. So you start walking towards the sounds as Cabral. You walk towards the smell of rum cake. It becomes your only focus as it is catching your nose.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Isn't Finrod a borderline alcoholic?
Not really. Not that I remember.
The drunken fist
Mm.
thing?
Yeah, well, I wanted to do that, but we couldn't get the thing, so I just
We
went
couldn't
all
get
in.
the mods to work.
Oh,
So
Yeah.
he's
okay.
You're remembering what I wanted to do.
Right. So I was remembering that he says like the smell of ale, and I was like, oh, Finrod's gonna go immediately to that because the whole drunken fist thing. That was what was in my head.
All
No, you're
good.
good.
I'm remembering how I went with gut rot, so yeah, no. At least it was Nosh that got it.
That is true. He was the bearer of many jokes.
He was. So
Including the cheesiest of jokes, but yeah.
he caused the cheese massacre of Blair Shore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was absolutely a pun intended. Just Throw it out there.
Oh, yeah.
So, Fernand, you move towards the sounds of hammers in the distance because you're trying to find somebody that can help you guys out. As Kavral, you are just dragged by the nose towards where this rum cake smell is coming from. And you find yourself going towards what looks to be a small corner building off the square. And you can see in the windowsill, there's a metal tray with about 6 or 7 little loaf-sized rum cakes sitting in it. And the smell just drags you across the cobblestones. And you come up to the window and you're just wafting in the smell. It's almost lifting you off your feet. And you look around, you look through the window, and you can see that it is a bakery. That has been refitted to be something to create this masterpiece. But inside, you see again that most of what's there is being run by itself. You see the ovens are attached to almost like an assembly line of sorts, making these cakes very slowly and very specifically, as it's been tuned by very deft hands to make everything exactly right every time. But again, you see no people. There's no baker to greet you. There's no wife of said baker. There's none of the stereotypical people you'd imagine to be here to greet you. It's just the bakery doing the baker's work. But the tray had to make its way onto the windowsill somehow. So what do you do, Mr. Kavral?
Well, first he takes a moment to appreciate the automation. If a tear could come to his eye, it would. He'd say, "Ah, a thing of beauty." And then he's going to try to find somebody because, I mean, Corral ain't no thief. He wants to pay the person for the rum cakes.
So you
Son of
look
a
around.
bitch.
You
Sorry, I
what?
have a thought, and so these are these being packaged and stuff?
No, it's just they're being put on a counter, and looks like they're being set aside to cool on trays. So someone has to be there to be putting them on said trays and checking them for defects.
But there has to be a name for them, right?
Oh, you mean like a brand name?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no major packaging. It just looks like that this is a
Okay.
bakery that's just making baked goods for the keep.
So these are rum cakes, though, right?
Yep.
Would you say that they're snack sized?
No, they're not snack size. They're about, I would say, 8 inches long by about 4 inches wide. They're very reminiscent of a pound cake, because it's dwarven baking. So it's very dense, but it's to if you were there smelling it, it would smell just like straight alcohol in the nose. But
Thanks for ruining my joke.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were making a joke, hostess.
I was trying to get there. It wasn't hostess. Little Dwarven snack cakes.
I hate you.
Oh, you son of a.
You bastard.
Oh. So I'm saying son of a bitch because now I feel like I have to make that in Photoshop.
Jeez.
I'm not gonna do it tonight. I'm gonna fight it, but
fight
that's
fight
the
the
thing that needs
urge.
to happen.
Good luck.
So
I'm not with the wherewithal to be able to do that right now. So, but I'm gonna fight it, but it needs to be done.
yes. So, Kavral, you start looking around because, like you said, you want to pay the person who made these. You're not a thief. You hold yourself accountable. You step around the side to the door. You see that it's open and it's just wafting air and kind of keeping the bakery cool. See that there are baked goods in the window. You can see that there's easily a counter that's been cleaned. The chairs have been cleaned. It doesn't look like it's been derelict. It has to have been working. Someone has to have been here.
I'm
And
going to knock on the door frame and say, Hello? Are these rum cakes for sale, perchance?
You don't hear anything except the machinery of the bakery.
Hmm. Quoverall is going to first go around the back and see if there's anybody out there.
You see the back doors close and the alleyways are relatively clean for being alleyways.
I am going to go inside and look for evidence of anybody recently being moving around then.
All right. So you go inside and you start looking. As Finrod, you find yourself getting closer to the sounds of hammers. As you come around a corner, you come to see a large canopy, a pavilion, if you will, with multiple smokestacks exiting out of the top, fires burning. You can feel the heat from 100 feet away. It's significantly warmer the closer you get to the pavilion. You hear the hammers striking, you hear the metal singing, all things of what you would want to hear as someone who appreciates a good forge, moving towards and listening for. And as you get closer, your hopes get higher. You believe that the sounds are all of good sounds of people working, of being here, uh, present and accounted for. But as you turn the corner to actually put eyes on this forge, you see that much like everything else you've seen, this has also been automated to an extent. You see that there are these weird cylindrical machines that seem to be just dropping uh, their own weight onto steel that is slowly being fed through them across their plane, coming out of the forge itself. Just long strips that are being hammered down and cut and dropped into water troughs. That seems all they're doing. It seems they're making different shapes of metallic rods of some form, of about 4 feet long, that are just being hammered into shape and then dropped into troughs. But you can clearly see that there are anvils with hammers strewn about the forge. You see that there are aprons that are sooty and dirty. See that tools have been scattered. They're not put back exactly where they should be. They're kind of askew a little bit, a little off center. And so it seems relatively obvious that someone was here at some point, because otherwise, if no one had been here, why would the fires be burning? And why would the anvil have new marks in its surface?
Ugh, where are the people in this town? It's gonna drive me nuts. Uh, I just want to yell out, "Is anyone here?"
Your voice echoes. It echoes off the walls, through the sounds of the hammers, and back to you. It just it seems to hit empty corners and disappear. And you feel like someone's listening. Someone has to be. It's the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as you feel like you're being watched. You turn quickly back towards one of the buildings that you feel it's coming from. The only thing you see is a curtain quickly moving back into place.
I wish to walk towards that building.
You do so.
Can anyone help me forge a weapon to stop the Mad King?
Silence bears over the house as you speak. You feel like you hear something inside, but you're not sure if it's just the sound being overdrawn by the forge or if it truly is something. But it seems that even though you've spoken your message clearly, it may not have been received if there is someone here.
To be there, I want to try and I'm gonna remember the building and go back to Coverall to try and get him to help with this because if I'm just feel like it's because I'm an elf, maybe they're not wanting to listen to me
Fair enough.
and they're scared of who I am.
So you make your way back to Coverall. At this point, Rage, you see Finrod heading towards the bakery where you saw Coverall walk off to. Oh, you've had a few slices of this meat and you are sweating bullets, but you are happy. It is delicious. And so, Finrod, you approach the bakery and you see that Coverall is inside, looking around, moving behind the counter and whatnot, trying to look for somebody, something. And you step to the front door. Coverall, you are currently behind the counter looking for uh, essentially recent presence of something.
Hmm.
Overall, I think I found someone, but they weren't responding to me.
Oh,
I feel like I could use your assistance on this.
well, all right. I was trying to find where everyone went anyway, so that works for me. Lead on.
So, Vinrod, you turn around, you exit the bakery as you talk to Coverall, and you hear him with his metallic feet start to go around the counter. And no sooner do you hear him stepping, you hear the steps stop. As when you turn around, Coverall is no longer there. Coverall, you find yourself having been pulled into a trap door in the floor behind the counter. Uh, Multiple hands seem to have grabbed you, pulled you down, and one of them is essentially holding a hand over your mouth. And you look around and you see that there's multiple sets of very dim, glowing eyes. And you can kind of make out the shape of what looks to be a head on somebody. And all they do is they lift their hand to their mouth with the shush motion and point up afterwards. Finrod, you call out for Coverall. You wonder where he went because he couldn't have gone far. But nothing really answers you.
Take my eyes off him for a second and he's gone. What the fuck happened?
As the shape in front of you, Coverall, seems to listen to Finrod talking, you hear almost a weirdly staticky voice kind of come through as it tries to speak to you in some way or another. It seems odd, off off-putting, just uncanny enough to catch your ear, but familiar enough to keep your attention.
Don't speak. It's listening.
Overall will narrow his eyes and nod.
for a few moments. When he walks away, we'll be able to talk freely.
Nods again.
So after those few moments, Finrod, you eventually believe that maybe he went out the back door. You saw one of them. As you came up, you saw that there was an alley connecting to multiple buildings together. So you decide to step out and investigate. And as you step out, you see Rage has left his spice roast and has made his way towards you. And maybe he can help you find Kovral, or maybe, as an Aarakocra, he can try and persuade uh, whoever's, well, watching you.
Rage. Did Kovrall come out this way or around the back?
I have been focused way too much on this stuff, dude. It is delicious.
I just went inside to say, hey, I think I found someone. Like, can you help me come convince them to come out? And all of a sudden, he disappeared.
Oh?
So
That doesn't
either
really work, though, does it?
Something happened or something's going on here.
So,
But
Finrod, you take Rage to go look at that building as you two walk and brainstorm over what is going on. It's something is uncannily and unsettling about this place. It seems lived in, but also abandoned. A very strange feeling, if anything. Mr. Kovral, as you hear the footsteps leave, you hear the voice come back as you can see these very dim eyes look at you.
Now, they're gone. Why were you with them? It's it's too dangerous to be out in the open.
You have been having troubles with being attacked?
The land has become dangerous, especially to us. If we are seen as unnatural, we hide when those who want to use us come looking. It has been difficult to rebuild.
I We have no intention of using you.
What do you mean, we? Do you work with them?
They actually work under me, technically. I am Kovral Stoneshield, Paladin of the Slanted Keep.
If that is true, would you wear the steel of Farreach?
I was mortally wounded, and by the miracle of artificery was transferred into what was called a blank, is what it was told to me as. And here I am, still alive.
Your skin. It's give me a moment. Let me see. Ah, your skin bears the marks of geologists, of scientists. But you say that you're a paladin who hails from the site of heat.
The original owner of this body, you likely know as Christian. He was displaced, unfortunately, by the excavation leader at the time, and we actually came across the portion of mechanism that his soul was bound to, and he guided us here, and we ended up freeing the mine from this overseer and helping him enact his revenge upon said person. You may be familiar with the Titan construct that is no longer functional. That was him.
You were the ones who woke Christian and caused the collapse. You opened the door.
Though it seems to have had unfortunate consequences for you. I apologize for that.
With a number of chattering, clicking noises coming from this shape, you see the trapdoors flung open as you are pushed back up into the bakery. And you see 3 or 4 other Warforged come out behind you, all of about the same stature, but their metal skin, as they called it, seemed to have different colorations or markings, seeming to be uh, derived of their rank or job. It's hard for you to tell what it is, as though it's written in Dwarven, it's written in a dialect that is unknown to you, or at least you don't know exactly how the transference goes. But you can at least see that they look much like you. They still wear their original clothing. Some of them have hats or gloves on. They seem to act much like dwarves, and they just seem rather gun shy of visitors. But knowing that you were the one who woke the Titan, who broke the bond, who caused the collapse, who opened the door, their expression towards you became less reserved and stoic. They seemed almost excited to see you here in front of them.
Being that we're back in the bakery, Koval is going to kind of just dust himself off slightly and say, well, now that we can hopefully talk on more civilized terms, I would like to say I love what you've done with the place. The bakery is fascinating.
Ever since we were able to remove ourselves from the bonds that bound us, we have tried to go back to what we were. Difficult as it may be, it has been something of a pleasure to go back to what we know.
I must say, it was quite a pleasure coming across it unexpectedly.
Now, let me ask you, Kavral, were your friends with you during the awakening? These two that work with you.
I legitimately missed the middle part of that.
He's asking if Rage and Finrod were with you during the awakening.
Aye, they were two of the original members that we came down with to help.
With some more clicks and chirps, you can see, you can almost feel like their expressions become even more excited than before, as the one that greeted you and pulled you down walks outside and just lets out almost what sounds like a pitch perfect bird call of a blue chested warbler. Just a very pretty high note trill that seems to echo throughout the town. Finrod and Rage, you hear this sound as you are standing next to the building. As Finrod, you're showing Rage the automated forge and how you can tell that someone was here and that someone was looking at you through the window, and that you swear you saw someone, but they just didn't answer. In Rage, you're investigating. You're talking about how good that roast is and how Finrod
No,
needs to
no, I
have
wasn't.
some. You weren't? What were you doing?
I wasn't. No, I was. I caved.
You caved?
I caved. Go ahead, look at the session chat.
Oh, no.
Oh God.
Oh, I hate you.
It was really, really quick, but that's the concept.
You caved.
I love how it just looks like somebody slapped a sticker of Dwarven over it. Like, nope, these are Dwarven now.
That's
These
exactly
are
what it is.
dwarves.
Really? What?
I literally painted red over Debbie and then just typed in Dwarven. I didn't even try to get the type right. Like I said, really, really quick.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Indeed.
But as you're both talking about little dwarven pound cakes, being very interested in snack-sized pastries all of a sudden, you hear that same bird trill echo out throughout the town. And the window that's kind of next to y'all's head, the curtain flies open as you are face to face with what looks to be a warforged. And this one seems to have softer features. It seems that the metal was bent in different ways. It seems that it's been polished. The eyes are like a softer red hue, almost like a pale red compared to some elements you were seeing come out of the woodwork that are blues and greens and purples and such of that nature. Uh, this one's wearing what looks to be almost like a sundress and a very large hat. And this Warforged kind of just sticks her head out the window at you and goes, "Really? You're the ones who opened the door?"
I am going to jump back, going, "What the fuck?" Because of honestly, it's been such a quiet town that my character is going to be scared from this. Like, out of nowhere, someone talking to us.
And as you jump back from that, you start to see other windows open, and you start to see more Warforged, all in, all about the same build and stature as Kovral, uh, but all wearing armor or clothes or aprons, like dressed as if they were just normal folks, all kind of coming out of the buildings. Some still holding cutlery as they were, getting food or otherwise, and others that are returned to the forge having hammers and such in hand and leather aprons on, and just everyone kind of coming out and just circling you and kind of looking at you with oohs and ahs and eyes of curiosity as you guys see Kavral come around the corner with another group of 4 from the bakery.
Coverall's just gonna wave and say, "Ah, so you know the Warforged we freed when we took out the Overseer and helped Christian?
Yeah,
Well,
I remember.
turns out they came out here and started settling. They were a little cautious because they did not recognize us, but once I explained who we were, they were much more receptive. And oh, right. About that pound cake. How much? How much for that? I would really
You
like my
see,
friends to be able to experience.
I love what I've started.
you see, one of the Warforged come out with a tray. He's wearing a baker's hat and a white apron. And he has a tray of 3, and he hands each of you. And he goes, "For the ones who open the door, nothing. Take the first one, enjoy it. It's been so long since I've been able to create again. I'm just happy to do so."
Oh, thank you kindly. And Corporal is going to pick his up with almost reverence and give it a nice lingering smell before partaking.
And the flavors hit you like you never left home.
Oh, now that's just a little bit of home right there. Delicious. And I nod approvingly at the baker.
He seems almost giddy with your response. It's he's just ecstatic with the reaction that you gave him. And as he holds it out to you and Finrod, Mr. Rage, you can just smell the alcohol coming off this pound cake.
Well, Rage, if your mouth is still burning, this'll certainly fix that.
Gimme, 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 gimme.
You bite into it, and it has just the sweetest notes of molasses and honey from the wild fields of the Golden Farms. It has taste of apples and plums. It has the taste of the spices that you would see in rum, such as cinnamon and coriander and things, to kind of give it a nice round touch. A pinch of orange zest and lemon zest kind of tickles you as the alcohol finally hits. And it burns in a nice way. But boy, howdy, are you doing a bit of a wheeze once it goes down.
What the fuck is in this thing?
Well, a healthy serving of spices, some honey, molasses, and a generous portion of rum.
You should have warned me. I wasn't
Well,
ready.
it did say it was a rum cake.
Yeah, but I didn't know it was gonna be only rum.
It's like Creed taking the coffee or the espresso.
Yeah, but at least I'm not shitting myself.
Not yet.
Fair.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the spice roast has got that covered.
It does. It's gonna hurt later.
I mean, that's later. I'm not. At least I'm not running to it.
That's fair.
I mean, you will be
True
later,
that.
though. It's going to be very sudden.
It'll make Mount Vesuvius look like a molehill.
Yes, suddenly he's going to be sitting there and, I don't feel so good, Mr. Coverall.
Reduced to atoms. Finrod, do you take the cake that is offered you as well?
Yeah, now that we found people, and I feel like it's an all right thing to do, I'm not going to pay attention to what happened to him. I'm just going to take it.
You pick it up, Finrod, and you pick it up and you take a moment to kind of observe it. When you pick this cake up, it is dense as shit. Like, you've picked up pound cakes before, you've had other pastries, you have meat pies and all kinds of stuff in your travels. Like, and you've had some really dense stuff. But this, you pick it up and it feels like a damn brick. Like, it is dense, but you just smell all the flavors come off it. It's still a little bit warm, like it's been sitting on top of the oven, and it's just it's enticing, and you bite into it. And even though it's dense, it's soft, it's airy. The flavors all kind of hit you at once. The aroma piques your nose as you bite into it. And you have the same run as you start to taste the brown sugar and the molasses, and it's all floating through the clover honeys and the honeys of the golden fields coming through. And then just the slap of the rum on the back of your tonsils as it flies by.
Oh,
All right, dog. We need to talk. As like the only fat guy here, you are making it really difficult to continue this session tonight. Just so you know,
It's dwarven cooking.
bro.
expect it to
Dwarven
be
cooking
anything
ain't got
else?
shit on my cooking. Just saying.
I mean, you say that. Perhaps for the general layman that may be correct, but you have never had the artistry of a true dwarven chef.
I love how you're saying this in character when I was like legit speaking about me.
I know.
That's the joke. The method acting never ends.
Aha!
All of a sudden, you see Jeffrey Ramsey come out, a dwarven super chef who challenges you to a cook-up. No.
do, do, do.
Do, do, do. Ceramite chef, round 1.
Oh no. Yeah, Stealth, that checks out. Stealth just messaged me in DMs. I think we're all fat at heart.
Listen, you can't fight good cuisine. Like,
Right?
that is,
Can't.
it's like
That
the
is not
last
true.
thing I have in life that is good.
That is not true. You can absolutely fight good cuisine. You just need a fork and a knife.
Exactly.
And be prepared to lose.
And be prepared to lose every time.
Yeah, I count that as winning. It's in my belly now.
Who technically
I'm
wins the
conquering
fight?
it.
Yeah, so so you eat the pancake and it is delicious. It hits you like a sack of hammers when the rum hits you in the back of the tonsils, but otherwise, it's delicious. And so now, as you take a little bit look further, you see that you are surrounded by Warforged. You see that some have gone back to their jobs, others have come up and have kind of just shaken your hand, pat you on the shoulder, had thanked you or cheering for you, etc. Just very happy to see you, as they're all wearing regular people clothes. I guess the best way to put it. Now, the one that spoke to you before, uh, the one that speaking to Coverall, seems to just have been one of the guys who works around the town. But he seems to grab one of the other Warforged by the shoulder and kind of lead him to you. It was, now listen. He didn't come here just to come say hi. What can we do for those who freed us? How can we pay you back?
Well, you are right on that account. Finding you here was a very pleasant surprise, however. We did come here with the purpose of hopefully recovering the Titan and making it operational again for use against the Mad King.
Well, we've been trying to restore the Titan to some extent. When the collapse of the mine happened, we were forced to find other ways back up. One of those ways was, fortunately, through a passageway we did not know existed that seemed to have been opened by the detonation of the fluid that had been dropped on the floor um, by recovery of something. We found that it was an old staircase, some kind of ascender that brought us back to our reach and allowed us to enter and exit the mines as we please. It's how we were able to go down and rehabilitate and rescue some of the other geologists and to give them their lives back. Let them remember who they were as he kind of points towards the different people. And Kovral, you begin to see the colors and markings on your armor that you are well aware of from the geologist or the scientist cast, because this was Christian's body. You see that there are others around you that have the same colors and markings that look very similar to the ones that you had to fight when you first went down, because they had become feral. One of them in particular is the baker. And so the Warforged speaks to you and goes, "We were able to save most of them. Some of them, unfortunately, perished during your efforts, which we understand. They were not themselves. They had become something worse. We all did. We are just thankful that we were able to recover who we are. But besides that point, we found Christian in his death throes with the monster that had taken us hostage. And so, in turn, we began trying to bring him back, so to speak, as he is also a hero to us. He was the one that helped break the chains. But we seem to be missing something. We're not entirely sure, but we were wondering if it just so happens that you're here to find him, if you could help us bring him back. I imagine that some of us here would not like to go back to fight. As we're tired, we wish to remember who we were. But that does not mean that we are pacifists. There are none of us that would happily go to fight the monster that is now trying to destroy you.
Overall, at the mention of something being missing, is going to have a thoughtful look on his face and rummage through his pack and pull out the piston, the portion that remained, uh, and present it to them and say, "I'm not certain, but perhaps this is the missing piece you were looking for."
The shorter, stockier Warforged that was with the one speaking to you, his eyes light up and grow wide. He takes the piston from your hand and he goes, "My God, they had it. They found it." And you see him kind of hold it up to his ear and like look at it and kind of like squeeze the hydraulics and kind of feel around for it. And he goes, I think this is what we needed. And you see him begin to scurry off very quickly, down towards the back of the keep, where the staircase down to the mines apparently has been cut out. The leader that's speaking to you goes, you'll have to excuse Robert. He has been tirelessly working to bring back Christian. It seems to have been his only focus. We're not entirely sure why. He didn't start as an engineer. It's just something that he moved into. And he seems to have been doing a rather excellent job doing so. But he just seems to have really been focused on fixing Christian for some reason. Whatever his reason may be, we imagine that it is, of course, a good one. But it seems that he has scampered off towards the mines. I would catch up with him. Mayhaps you can help him solve this final puzzle that's been left after we awoken.
Very well then. I will go see if there is anything I can assist with. And it is understandable, his excitement. I do not blame him for it.
He just nods solemnly at you, and turns towards the grouping to the rest of the Warforged. He goes, all right, we still have work to do. We still have many things to build and put back together. Come on, everyone. And he just kind of starts waving everyone away in some direction or another, to go forth and either return to their jobs or to continue doing what they were doing previously. You see that a number of people have returned to the forge and have begun working. You see that the engineer has scampered off towards the mines. The baker has gone back to his bakery. Others have begun going back towards the tavern or the government offices or in other places where they've just been mingling and speaking. Some singing and dancing, some playing music on instruments that you haven't seen before. All just, it seems to bring life back into this town that you thought had been long since dead.
Corfrel is going to smile to himself and then wander off to the mine to see if he can't help.
All right. So Kavral heads towards the mine. What do the rest of you do?
I'm following. I was going to say I was going to go to the mine.
Very good.
I guess I'll tag along too.
I thought for sure you're going to be like, I'm going to go get more of those cakes. I'm going to go pitch little dwarven pastries.
Look, man, the little dwarvens are like already messing up my stomach, so.
Fair enough. So the three of you head off towards the mines to catch up to the engineer. The steps leading down are steep and dark, but thankfully, for most of you, you're able to see in the dim light. Coverall's eyes doubling as flashlights as you guys continue moving down into the depths. It takes you a few minutes as you do not have the endurance of a warforged, as they no longer tire. You still are made of meat and therefore need to take a breather once in a while. As you finally reach the bottom layer, the final descent towards the amphitheater that you found with Christian and the lead geologist. You see that the engineer has found himself tinkering with Christian's body once again. trying to fit the piston into play. You see that they have taken what was left of the lead geologist and have dismantled him thusly, using parts of him to fix the wounded parts of the Titan. The engineer catches a glimpse of you as you come in. He has set up what looks to be some type of shop lights, just lighting up the room that has been cleaned from the fire that sprung forth on your last departure. He sees you, and you can almost feel a smile. He begins to fit the piston in where you originally had put it before. It's seeming to fit oddly in place with a couple of good hits of a hammer setting the pins. It seems to fit back in like nothing had changed. Sparks begin to fly from the cavity of the Titan. Gears begin to turn. Rust begins to break. And then silence takes over the Titan once more as the movement stops and the sparks die away. The engineer seems frustrated. You see him hit the chassis of the Titan with a wrench in his frustration, his sound echoing throughout the chamber. Him just going, I thought that would be the piece, the one thing I was missing. Seems I'm still missing something.
It is. Is it possible that after he took his vengeance, his spirit moved on, and perhaps that is the missing piece? For it seems to be, for all intents and purposes, mechanically sound from what I can see.
I don't think he would simply leave the body. It's more difficult than that to leave this plane once you've been attached to the skin. I've looked through the parts, I've looked through the damage. I've tried to find bits and pieces that are left, replacing what I can.
Hmm.
Uh it's just trying his best just to look it over. He's trying to find a reason. He's trying to find something that's going there. You walk around Christian and you don't see any major damage besides where the spear hit him in the chest. You see that the engineer has repaired most of those systems, crossing wiring, replacing charges, replacing cells. It's putting everything back where it's supposed to be. For all intents and purposes, it should be working. That the body must remember. But he looks at you and he goes, but you have Christian's old body. If he was to leave, he would have gone back to yours, as I would think. But he must still be in here. The sparks the sparks wouldn't happen if he wasn't in here. You almost hear a defeated tone in the voice of the engineer. He seems disheartened that he's not able to resurrect this Titan. It's it's a weird feeling to watch, much akin of that of a young adult working on their first car. Just where their efforts are going into it and they continue to find something that doesn't truly fit. Uh, it's that once they fix one thing, 20 more pop up. And it seems that this failure, this idea of that he was so close to succeeding and it not working seems to have struck a heavy chord with him. And it piques your interest.
I know Christian was a great dwarf, but you seem particularly defeated by the non-functioning manner of his physical form. May I ask what has driven you to become an engineer so fervently when it was not your original calling?
It's difficult. I've always been decent at doing different things. I've always been able to succeed, learn, grow, adapt. The biggest thing was that when the mines originally opened and we began looking for samples, for artifacts, for ideas of where we came from and what happened. It's the second body protocol was something interesting. It was a fallback in case anything went wrong. It was like a security blanket. Just it made it easier for us to delve down and not have that worry that we wouldn't be able to come back up. But as people continue to go down and not return on their own volition, and then people started to act crazy, it eventually came where I had to go down because we were running out of people. We had to go see what we could do. I remember going down there with Christian. This was when he still wore his old skin, not the tortured shell that he sits in now. Remember him facing the leader, the monster that we had created, that we had given reins to take what is ours. He threatened us. He threatened us with action and pain if we didn't fall in line. He threatened friends and colleagues alike of those who were already down here. And then he threatened me. Now, it may not look like it, but I'm not exactly the oldest dwarf in the village. I'm on the younger side. Christian was my senior. He was teaching me everything I needed to know. It was, I guess I'm going to be stuck that way. But he gave himself up to get me out, to get me and some of the rest of us out before they eventually came to take us. And I remember seeing the beast they had turned him into. Just mad, chained up, just an attack dog waiting for a command. And it put a hole in my heart where I couldn't fill it. I felt like I did it. If I had just been stronger, if I learned more, if I had just stayed where I was, maybe he wouldn't have been turned into this. I guess that's why I'm obsessed with it, is the fact that I never got to tell him that I'm sorry. I know that he would probably tell me that it wasn't my fault and that I did everything right and that I'm not a failure and that I'm even for my age, I'm up there with the rest of those that work and succeed. It's just, I feel like I owe it to him. That he needs to see that life is better. That what he did means more to those who are still here than he believes. And if all of us can live through God knows what, there's no reason that he can't. He has to.
Coverall puts his hand on his shoulder and nods knowingly, saying, I know for a fact that he would say it is not your fault, because it is not your fault. You are clearly a vastly talented individual to have gone from no experience in this to, well, and he motions to Christian's Titan shell, putting this back together. It is not the average dwarf that could do that. Christian saw something in you, and he put himself on the line for it. I do not think he would regret that one bit. Now, let's see about trying to figure out what's going on here. And Coverall's gonna put his hand on the Titan and see if he can sense anything.
So you put your hand on it, and it's at the start it feels cold, like a void. But after a moment, you just think further. You reach further into the shell, into the inner workings of the machine you see in front of you. And you feel like there's a spark there. It just needs to be coaxed.
Coverall is going to attempt to communicate through his contact and like mind that Christian, I know you're there. I understand that you likely would like to rest after everything you have been through. But there are those here who still need you. And I'm going to, while concentrating, put my other hand back on the young fellow to attempt to create like a conduit to connect the emotions so that he can sense what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
There are those who greatly look up to you, and rightly so. And they still need you. And yeah, I'm going to attempt to communicate that and listen.
You listen close. You listen and feel for what could be pushing back. What could be communicating forward of what it's feeling or what it could be trying to tell you about. And it's difficult to say. It's just it's there, and it seems to ebb and take as the words you said try to hit home. Even the child felt it. The young dwarf felt a moment of light, a moment of flame before it flickered back down. Almost as if it knew that it could stand, it could continue to what it's doing, but just that it feels exhausted and it's worried. But as you hold your hand against the shell of the Titan and you try to speak into it, feeling for whatever is there, you all begin to hear the clang of bells and a siren outside. The sound of the siren reaches your ears. Its high intensity echoes down into the mines to where you are. It seems to reach you, followed by the sounds of the bells clanging. As the sounds of bells follow, even more so is followed by the sounds of commotion, of words and yelling echoing down and down into the depths. The young dwarf turns, his eyes are wide. He goes, that is never something good to hear. We must go. We can work with him later.
Hi. Corval will nod and say, I'll be right after you, and do one last attempt at communication and say, well, it's looking like they could use you more than ever now, but 'tis your choice. I must go help them. And I'm going to take off after him.
All right. Then on Rage, you see what up? What you got?
I was gonna say I want to follow, but at the same time, come on, you gotta beat Tova, and just run off. Hoping that might spark something.
You swear you hear what seems to be a single chuckle, but you're not sure if it was simply metal resting or not as you run up the stairs, as the sounds of the sirens and clang of bells begin to fill your ears. You all make it back to the surface, moving very quickly up the staircase, being motivated by the sounds of danger on the horizon. As you exit back into the daylight, the light blinding you for a moment, you see that your airship is taken off and it is circling the keep. Around the keep itself is these strange machines that, as you look closer, seem to be familiar, reminiscent of the helicopters and other devices used by the Greenskins to board your ship previously. It seems that you may not have made exactly a friendly gesture towards that warband when they tried to take the airship. It seems that they've followed you here. You can see a number of them have landed in weird box-shaped ships and have begun rushing the main door of the keep, slamming their mundane weapons into it, yelling across in garbled and rough voices. The other military units you've seen of the ogres that flank goblins and the hobgoblins and archers, all seeming to form up and try to break through the gate. You see that the Warforged inside are terrified. Most have found themselves cover in the houses. Some that have chosen to fight once again have taken up arms of what looks to be well forged steel and other metals in spears and shields and swords. Armor decorates their outer casing, seems to be simply just strapped on to their metal skin. About a dozen of these warforged stand by the front gate. The three of you know that a dozen would not stop this assault. And it's a dozen plus you may not be able to stop this assault. But you have no other choice. You believe that they will be trying to break through the gate and possibly make it through in just a few minutes. You can see that the gnomes on the airship are dealing with the aerial threats as best as they can, but their ammo won't last forever. So you know you have a few minutes. What do you do?
Well, Coverall knows what he's doing. He is rushing to join the defenders to mount a last desperate defense.
I mean, if that's what we're doing, I'm not gonna let him go alone.
I basically say I'm ready for a fight, and I stay just far enough away to where I can do my charge of my 20 feet rush to go in and punch the moment something happens.
Very good. So all of you brace up different points on the front line, hoping that possibly that these greenskins would give up, that they would simply just back away. But you know all too well that that's not how they tend to work. And so as you hold the line and you wait, you stand ready as the door begins to splinter, begins to crack under the weight and under the pressure. The group of soldiers behind you stands ready. 8 to your rear and 4 on the front. Rage and Finrod, you stand off the corners of the formation. The castle walls, simply stated, are holding their own, doing their best to make sure that nothing gets through that isn't supposed to. But as all things are meant to be, nothing is meant to last forever. That's when you begin to feel the ground shake. You begin to see more of those box like devices fall from the sky, launch from some unknown location. As more of these enemies land to give chase, to give way, to try and do their best to harm you and everyone else around you. The door continues to splinter. Other Warforged have begun rallying individuals to safety, pulling them back towards the buildings closest to the mine heads, hoping that that will give them enough time to escape, or at least a place to close themselves off if necessary. You see your airship, one of the engines begun to smoke, as what seems to be rifle rounds and otherwise begun to be shot at it. You can see glass has been broken on the bridge. You see the captain himself piloting, the rest on their own stationary weaponry, fighting and firing in all directions. Bright lights exiting into the sky and the horizon as their weapons roar with purpose. You see it begins to lose altitude, knowing that one of the engines has finally given out. It doesn't seem like it's going to crash, it just seems that it's not going to be able to hold its own. You almost feel like you make eyes with the captain, making eye contact one last time as you can see a sour look across his face, that of sadness, of regret, as you see him yank hard left on the steering wheel and pull away from far reach, now with a second engine beginning to blow smoke into the wind. You know that he has to try and keep the ship safe, as that's what you would want him to do, as it's your only way to finally end this, and to lose it would be devastating. As your focus returns to the fight in front of you, the door continues to splinter and creak. You begin to see holes punch through it. You see the greenskins have pushed themselves against it. The large tan ogres throwing their bodies further in, even using the other orcs to try and bash it down. Dwarven craftsmanship at its finest, holding back the monsters one last time. Eventually, one of the doors breaks. The bars holding it shut snap, throwing it open to the inside. The first wave of these monsters begin to enter. You see an ogre come in, followed by some of the smaller goblins they tend to keep around, quickly following suit. The groups of goblins that are with him are number 5 to 6 each.
So, I don't mean to stop you there, but I'm going to stop you there.
Uh-huh.
Can I not do something before they come in?
I mean, you can, but I'm just giving exposition.
So what if I cast Wind Wall?
And you want to try and like hold them back?
Do that, and then at the same time I can cast Conjure Barrage, because Conjure Barrage is not a concentration spell. So I could do both at the same time, yeah.
Yeah,
Question mark.
technically, yes.
So Wind Wall is 50 feet long, 15 feet high, and 1 foot thick. Creature within the area must make a strength saving throw of 14 or higher. They would take 3d8 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much damage on a successful one. Keeps fog, smoke, and other gases at bay. Smaller flying creatures or objects can't pass through the wall. Loose lightweight materials brought to the wall fly upward. Arrows, bolts, and other ordinary projectiles launched at targets behind the wall are deflected upward and automatically miss. Boulders hurled by giants or sledge engines and slumber projectiles are unaffected. Creatures in gaseous forms can't pass through it.
Okay. So, where would you place the wall?
Oh, exactly where the gate is.
So basically just like dead on target.
Yeah, like literally like right up against the wall where the gate is, yeah.
All right. So that Mr. Ogre, Mr. Bouse, mobs. All right. Mr. Ogre tries and does not pass through. The boss barely makes it. And the mobs are kind of stuck behind the ogre because he's in the doorway.
Okay, so the ogre failed.
Yeah.
So he takes a 3d8.
All right, and then that bridge. All right, he took that, and then the boss takes 2.
Oh, you rolled it? Okay.
Yep.
I was gonna roll it. What did you roll?
3d8. The ogre took 13, and the boss took 2.
Oh, okay.
Because he saved it and halved it.
Got it. Then at that time, as they're coming through, so with this wind wall, so it says that arrows, bolts, and other ordinary projectiles launched at targets behind the wall are deflected upward. But if I'm behind the wall, I launch arrows into it, it's not deflected, then, right?
No, it's neutral. So any projectiles fired through it get thrown up.
Any.
But if you arc it over the wall, because the wall's only 15 feet high.
I mean, that's true. I wouldn't be able to get Boss Man, though.
You would not.
Oh, this is a 60-foot cone.
I mean, basically, if you did a 60-foot cone, so let's pull that out real quick. We'll use the lightning cone. So if it's a 60-foot cone, essentially, if you fired it from your position at the boss man, basically anything behind the wall would not get hit.
Oh, would not? Even if it's...
Because you're using Conjure Barrage, which is firing arrows that you make, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because it's still a projectile, it would hit the wall and be deflected, but since the boss is still in the cone on this side, he would be hit.
Question about that. So this is a cone.
Uh-huh.
Are these ogres and stuff, are they taller than 15 feet?
The ogre could possibly be taller than 15 feet. He is a large creature, which that is their maximum height capacity. But you would still be pushing it, trying to get the rounds to arc over and still hit him because he's literally right at the wall.
Okay, so what if I arced it to where they fell, like just in this general area? Like arced it up.
You try to like do like a mortar shot, essentially.
Yeah.
This part here is closed off on the top because this is a door in a castle wall.
Okay.
So this is about 20 feet high. And then so the top is covered.
Hitting this guy or I'm trying to hit these guys.
Yeah.
Is what you're saying.
Like if you arced it, you're gonna roll scatter on these guys on the back because you're gonna be firing blind. Okay. So in that case, it's going to be a 30-foot circle. So go ahead and place the circle where you would like it to be.
Right there would be fine.
All right. And so what's going to happen here is we are going to roll a d10 because for all intents and purposes, we're going to essentially assume that we're going to follow the grid here built in.
Mm-hmm.
And essentially, the d10 is going to tell us in what direction it will scatter. And then we're going to roll a d6 to see how far it scatters. And it's going to be the center of your circle.
Okay, so we're talking about like right here.
Yeah, so your center of your circle's here.
Okay.
So basically, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess we'll use a D8 instead. That'd be easier. So we'll do a D8, and that'll basically tell us what direction it's going. So it's a 6. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's coming back this way by how much? 5 feet. So it just scooches down right there. So there's still an area of effect because you're still firing it. It's still a larger AoE. If you're firing it farther, you'd have larger scatter and all that kind of happy nonsense.
Okay.
So,
and I'm
yeah.
using my Foxy bow for that. So, and we talked about this last time that because it's the weapon that's firing the ammunition,
Yup.
and making it flame, that they still get the flame damage. Yeah.
Yup.
Okay. So then with Conjure Barrage, it would go. They need a Dex saving throw. If they fail it, 3d8 or half as much on a successful throw.
All right.
And then they would all get the 1d6 flame damage. So you want me to roll the 3d8?
Yes, please go for it.
Okay. 11.
All right. So
Oh,
these
and Dex throw
are
is 14, by the way. Sorry.
yeah,
I
I
don't know
knew
if I
that.
said that. Okay.
So yeah, so they pass their deck save. These are all mobs of. I think the default mob size is 10. So you'd be doing 5. So all of these are reduced to half strength.
All right, and I'm rolling the d6, which is 6 for the flame damage. So they all take 11.
Right.
That's how that
So
works, right?
that'd be no, because the flame damage would be incorporated, so it'd also be halved. So it would be 3
Would it be
additional.
half? Okay. I didn't know if it would or not, considering
It's
the Conjure
it's
Barrage
wrapped
was
into the
the
damage of everything
extra.
else.
Got it. Okay, so 3, so 8 each.
Mhm. So they would be up other way. They'd be down to 3 people each. And so you took out 21 goblins.
Yay, I did something while being tipsy. I'm proud of myself, actually.
Yes. So you took out 21 goblins.
That would also be 2 third level spell slots.
Yes. All right. So Mr. Cavral, please remind me what Beacon of Hope does for the class.
Sorry if I stole anyone's moxie there, but I was like, I have something I could do.
No, just I wasn't sure how long that was going to take, so I was off making coffee, and then my phone wouldn't unlock. Okay, Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope is. Doo-doo-doo. The spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range. For the duration, 1 minute. Each target has advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing.
Very good.
Oh,
All right.
snap.
Oh, snap indeed. So at this point, Cavral, you have the lore forged with you, and then Finrod, do you have anything you would like to do as you see Rage summon a wall of air and launch arrows over the wall?
Sorry, I apologize. I have to just clarify that. So, like, my cure wounds at a third level is a 3d8 plus 2. So, are we talking
It'd be
26
max.
healing?
Yeah, it would be your max dice.
Jesus
Yep.
Christ. Love it.
And
So
it is a. One second, let me go double check the radius. I think it covers literally everybody. It is a 60-foot radius.
Yeah, it covers everybody.
oh god.
Okay, so yes, everybody has the effects of Beacon of Hope then.
Very good. So, Mr. Finrod,
And that
So
was advantages
I
on what? Death saving throws and what was the other one? Sorry, I'm trying to remember all this.
Sorry. Death saving throws and wisdom saving throws.
Wisdom saving throws. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Sorry, Finrod. Didn't mean to cut you off again. Go ahead.
No, that's fine.
Yours.
So after I see Rage do everything and the boss step through, I'm gonna blast a charge into excessive force and charge the boss.
Very good. Charge him.
So 20.
Watch out! He's fueled by rum cake. He got them crazy eyes.
He's got the crazy eyes.
He got them crazy eyes. Oh god.
Why did I think of Little Nicky at that point? What the fuck?
It sounds like something a Sandler movie would do.
It sounds like with the homeless guy that was selling stuff, stole the flask or whatever, and he was trying to sell it.
Jeez.
And that guy, yeah, like the thing that he was doing, that's what it made me think of.
Fair enough. All right, Mr. Finrod. You pop excessive
a
force.
14 and a 19.
The 19
hit.
hits.
Ooh.
All right. So I'll roll for the dabblage, which is an 8. Excessive force is a 2d6. Which is 11. And anyone within 5 feet of that gets hit with thunder damage at half of that damage
Very good.
of the
So
11.
So you hit the ogre as well, which is very good. I'm gonna say for all intents and purposes, because the goblin boss is smaller than you, roll me athletics, please.
Athletics. 17.
So you uppercut his ass back through the wall of air. That's crooked as hell. All right, so he'll take damage again going through it. So you uppercut him with your gauntlets and just knock him back through the wall of air. And you see him hit the wall of air, and instead of going through it, he seems to be caught in it and gets flung up and over the wall.
Oh Jesus!
And you just kind of hear a "Ah!"
Looks like Team.
Yes, it looks like Team Goblin blasting off again.
Thank you, Rexus. That's exactly what I thought of.
Just, the old tried and true, just
Oh, why is it up in the air?
High right now.
Oh, it didn't play all the way through. Motherfucker.
yeah. So bro gets yoded. Why did you get server
Who's
deafened?
fucking with his shit? Who's fucking with your shit? Someone's fucking with your shit, dude.
Oh. Who's touching stuff?
Is it Greed?
No,
Is it?
Creed is
Oh.
not a mod.
I
don't know
promise you
what's
it ain't
going
me.
on with the mobile app, but this is the third time tonight that I have locked my phone screen, pulled my phone out of my pocket, and somehow Discord is up, despite the fact that I locked it.
Oh, he did it in his pocket.
I'm wondering if that is what happened. Because there was some weird thing popped up over Discord when I opened up my phone.
Mayhaps.
I mean, at least we know what's going on.
Discord app.
Hopefully.
So it was Kavral the whole time.
Goddamn pocket.
Can't believe it. You just You hate to see it.
I mean, maybe if the mobile app wasn't such a piece of shit and it actually functioned properly, this wouldn't happen.
So I was like, man,
I don't like what they did to it.
Yeah, it's not great. But it's like I was like, yeah, 3 of the mods are currently in this game, so it's one of y'all's being a dick. I'm not sure who it is.
I was like, I got server definite. What the fuck happened?
Yeah, I was just like, who? What? What? Who? Do what? But yeah, so Goblin Boss, got uppercutted into the wall of air and just got tossed, into the grass on the other side of the wall.
Did he fail his dex throw or strength throw?
Yeah, that'd be an A firm on that. I mean, he also kind of fell into an ogre and then bounced back. It was a whole lot of math that I was doing. Essentially, and the short and all of it, he failed spectacularly and just got absolutely just thrown into the ether.
Oh wait, he dead.
Yeah, no, because he also took falling damage because he got thrown over the castle wall. Yeah. He took damn near full damage from the wall of air, and then took damn near full damage on his falling because you take, I think it's 1d6 for every 10 feet after 10, I think. So like you can fall 10 feet and you don't take damage because the idea is that you tuck and roll unless you're, you suck at athletics or acrobatics.
Right.
But like it's a d6 for every 10 feet past it. And he essentially got thrown 30 feet into the air and 30 feet ish and then fell onto the ground. So he took like another 12 points and was just like, dude, that's it. Like every bone in his body is broken.
So I know he's already dead, but not, I guess, to make this worse, but that wall was 15 foot high, so he would have been 45 feet in the air? Question mark.
No, he got thrown up by the wall and went 30 feet up over the castle wall and then back down. Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Basically, have you ever launched a high water powered rocket?
Launched him 15 foot above it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was launched by the uppercut. The air wall just decided to alley-oop him.
I mean, he basically just got shoryuken right through the fucking wind wall again.
Yeah, basically, just got absolutely domed. But yeah, so there's that, and so Finrod, as you stand at the air wall, you see the ogre and a bunch of goblins behind him. Most of them have been killed or burned. But past them, you see a large force coming closer to Far Reach.
Can I try something real quick with the fact that I hit him so far away?
Sure. Very good.
You are so welcome. I'm glad that worked.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. I just finished putting it in my soundboard.
Yeah, he messaged me because I wish I had a boxing bell. I'm like, say no more, fam. So I went and found one.
Damage.
I fucking gave it to him.
Thank you, Seth. Thank you. Emotional damage is always done here.
Yeah.
Usually to the NPCs more often than the players, surprisingly. But
despite what Creed might tell you.
Well, at least in Siege, it's a lot more against the NPCs, not the players. But potato. But yeah, so Finrod, you see past the enemies that are at the gate that there is a large force coming closer to Far Reach. You can see that there is a number of larger orcs, more ogres, more goblins, archers, and siege weaponry. They're coming down in force, almost as if the entire warband is descending upon this fortress. A lot of their auxiliary groups have gone after your airship, following out of the area of far reach as the gnomes protect themselves as best as they can. But you know in your heart of hearts that you faced worse. That doesn't mean that you want to again. And so it comes down to the question of how are you going to deal with this?
I'm gonna yell back. Do we have any kind of artillery?
Bro, you've seen what I got. I mean,
It's more me yelling at the warforged that live here.
Hey, perhaps any mining charges that we could repurpose. Anything that could help thin their numbers.
We wish we knew where that could be. It's when we went underground, most of it went with us. Not a lot of it's still here. We don't know where to start looking, even if we did know.
how tall is this wall?
About 25 feet.
20 feet ish.
Am I able to stand on top of it?
You can fly to the top of it, yeah.
Well, that's what I meant.
I mean, yes, that is easily done by you. Because, you got wings and shit.
Oh, they're all well in range. Okay. I'll let you finish your army building.
Yes. Let the man build his army. Ah.
Ah.
Rage, as you jump up onto the battlements, you see what Finrod saw. And you're easily looking at an army of 200 to 400 greenskins getting ready to descend upon this keep, with even more behind them that haven't made it over the horizon quite yet.
So can I go? Oh, right here. Yeah. Can I go up here? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I can go anywhere on this that I want to. I'm playing with stuff here before I actually do anything. Just FYI.
It's like the I've Been Everywhere song, but instead it's I can go anywhere, man.
Where the fuck is my rotate thing?
The
It's over here by the archer.
Oh, okay. Cool. Thank you. I mean, I could do that. They're still in play with that, right?
a
Yeah.
little more to the left, maybe.
Oh, to get them too? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any way that we could fit. No, I don't want to right click. I wanted to hold right click, fit all this in that cone. That's good enough. Okay. I mean, I only got one third levels plus slot left. So can I speak a scenario to try to do this twice.
Do you have 2 spell slots for it?
I have one, but I was going to bargain for it.
There is no bargaining here. If you had 2 slots, it'd be different. But because you got the one, you got the one.
Well, I was gonna say, if I take 2 points of exhaustion, can I do it again?
You want to take 2 points of exhaustion.
Yeah, I figured hit it here,
You could
fly
sacrifice
over
and
here,
possibly
take it here.
lower spell slots instead, like 2 level 2 spell slots or something.
No,
as
Contra
opposed to-
Barrage is 3 and only 3.
Well, yeah, but if you're not following the rules anyways, then the possibility of using 1 spell slot at level 3 to cast it and then using 2 spell slots at level 2 to cast it the second time is basically just the same as taking 2 points of exhaustion. Different scenario.
Well, 2 points of exhaustion. All that does is it has my speed, which I'm flying, so that would be a regular 30 feet instead of 60 feet.
Well, you also take disadvantage on all ability checks.
That's 3 according to this thing.
Nope.
Because it's
Level
click
1.
on conditions or whatever.
Level 3 is
Oh,
disadvantage on
you're
attack
right.
rolls and saving
You're right.
throws.
You're right.
I'll take your
So
2.
disadvantage on
Sure.
ability check and then speed half.
Yeah. Sure. You'll take 2 levels of exhaustion. To try and do it. To try and cast it twice.
Okay, we'll do that. That automatically does the disadvantage things, doesn't it? No, it does not. Okay, so we'll have to keep that in mind.
Yep.
Because it doesn't do it automatically for us. Okay, so we'll do it here. Can I copy this? I can. Oh, I didn't really copy. I gotta paste it first. Hold on. I'm dumb. Oh, can you just make a second one of this cone? Thank you. And I'm gonna fly over here and do the same thing on this side. So just to pinpoint what we're doing here.
Sir, I don't think you're gonna make that 70 feet jump between the 2.
Oh, that is 70 feet. Oh, holy shit. All right. Let's see where we at. So I can go there. Be here. I can do that too. I mean, I can even rotate the cone a little bit to get this guy in it too, unless he is already in it. I don't know. If it's kind of less
Remember,
than
your
half, so
movement
I wouldn't
speed
say
also counts your flying speed as well. That's a racial attribute.
right. But this wouldn't happen until I cast this second one.
All right, fair. Yeah,
Right.
sure.
Right. Sorry, that's just what I was thinking.
Yep. No, that's yep. Alrighty.
So that's
Well then, let me
that's
start.
what we would do. You want me to roll a 3d8 for the Contra Barrage?
Yep.
So we're at 11 for that. And then the flame damage is at a 3, so we're at 14.
Alrighty. You took out a good number of archers in both groups. Took out a good number of goblins in that group. Did half damage to the ogre. Then you took out a handful from that group. All right, I'll roll your damage for your second one.
All right. 15 And the D6 for fire is at 2, so we're at 17.
Alrighty.
Can I add to his attack?
How would you add to his attack?
My Flames of the Phoenix, which is basically fireball.
Are you going to shoot it through the ogre that's in front of you?
Oh, there's also that wind wall. Not sure how that's gonna affect.
You want to... You ever seen people play the arrow game where they shoot an arrow straight up and then run away? Do that, but with a fireball.
I mean, to be honest, that's kind of what I wanted to do.
Then do it. I get to roll the scatter and see what happens. Do it. I would love to see it.
Dude, that would be so much fun.
Do it.
That's where I'm trying to shoot it.
All right, well, here's the funny thing. That's not where the scatter
Ooh.
starts. It starts there. Because you're shooting it into the air wall.
Made me kind of almost want to try what just Rexus just said, though.
Oh, what's that?
I'm just punching straight into the wall.
You're just punching straight into the wall?
What,
so you're trying to, like,
what would it be for me to try to actually punch through the wall and push the fireball through?
That's going to be strength, because you're going to be trying to beat the wall normally. So a strength check.
I mean, there's another scenario with that. Want to run it by before we go? Yeah, let's do that. So we could say that my 2 points of exhaustion has minimized my concentration on the wind wall.
But you can't even do another spell while you're focusing on concentration anyways. So if you cast another spell,
No, you can't do another concentration spell.
Concentration spell.
Concentration.
I see.
So I would not say that your exhaustion has taken a toll on your concentration spell, because you're currently in the moment. It would be something along the line of making it easier to pass through, perhaps. But at this point in time, it's happening almost simultaneously. So for Mr. Finrod, I'm gonna need you to roll me strength check to try and get your arm through the wall to fire your fireball.
Don't say something immediately. Because I would like to do one of my luckies just to see what I can do with this. Because of doing the lucky, I still get to choose the higher of the two, correct?
Yep, that's how lucky works.
How the rabbit's foot works too?
Yep, it's just like the lucky
because
feet,
it's
but
a
on
lucky.
a rabbit foot.
Cool.
So 14.
I'm gonna burn a dread, roll it again. Disadvantage.
Disadvantage, roll again. I had. God damn it, Rex.
What?
12 is my disadvantage. Fucking rolled a nat 20. What the heck?
Ooh.
He did.
Ooh. Oh, man. Oh,
The
no.
12.
Oh, no. Who wants to play dodge with a fireball?
Well, I mean, I'm dodging my own fireball.
All right, that's
fair.
fair.
Feel like fireball.
Am I technically in this circle too?
Technically.
It's a 20-foot radius.
Definitely some mayhaps going on here.
Fuck it.
With the wind? Yeah, no, probably for you.
Fuck it, let it happen.
In in the infamous words of "fuck it, we ball." So, fireball goes up, and now we get to roll the scatter die. What direction does it go? We're gonna see.
You want me to roll the damage?
Yeah, please. 8d8s.
It's 8d.
If it's 8d6, then roll 8d6.
I was just about to do 8d8s. Like, fuck it, let's go. But it is 8d6. 26.
Very good. So it moves. Bunt. Right there. Very good. No, not from there, you bastard. There you go. No. I hate you. I don't like how the measuring stick doesn't work for the plots. God. So it moves up a bit. So you go to punch through the air wall, and you feel really good about it, and you just slip up at the last second, and you see it just get launched straight up as you and the ogre who's in the doorway lock eyes, and you both go, uh-oh. As everyone starts trying to look of where it's gonna be, as it comes almost straight back down towards you, the ogre, the goblins, and Rage. So at this point, Rage, you need to give me a dex save at disadvantage because you're exhausted.
And it just for the DC on my fireball, it's 14.
Yeah. And then the goblins and the ogre need to give me a DC, and you need to also give me a DC there, Mr. Finrod. Playing Catch the Fireball.
Dude, if I miss this DC save, I hate my life. I have a +7 to dex save.
Question.
Don't mess it up. Yep.
This is saying level 3 exhaustion is disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. And I'm at 2 points.
Oh yeah, no, you're at that's right, it's ability checks. Yeah, so yeah, roll it normally.
Okay. Wanted to make sure. Was that a nat 20?
I got a 27 on my dex save.
He got a nat 20.
Damn. Boy was making up for them problems.
Went to punch the fireball, cinched his fingers, went, ooh, ha, and dodged.
Okay, dude, I jumped up out of my chair when I rolled that.
God damn. All right, so Finrod, do you have evasion perchance where you take no damage when dodging?
If I burn a key point, yes, I do.
Very good.
I believe.
Because I know, like, Rogue, I can't remember what they named the feat to, or feature, where essentially when you do your dex saves to get away from damage, you don't take half, you take nothing.
Oh no, I don't have that as a monk.
All right. So yeah, so you'll take half, Rage will take half, and then the other guys in the gate are gonna take full. So as you play dodge the
13?
fireball, yeah. So you'll take 13, Finner will take 13. The rest of these guys will take 26. So these goblins have been roasted over an open fire. This ogre is having a not great time as he is definitely feeling his Wheaties. I wish I had like wound rings on here, but we'll deal with it. Yeah, and then now all the grass around you's on fire. But they're done. You took out the main vanguard, so you got that going for you, which is nice.
Yeah, you can delete one of those cones if you want to.
But yeah, so that's all stuff. And so, Kavral, you've been in the back with your vanguard, basically watching Finrod and Rage step forward and just try to weaken the forces before they approach the gate. as your job has been to hold the line if anything gets past them. After you watch Finrod play Catch the Fireball, what do you do with your Vanguard?
Oh. I imagine the wind wall isn't going to last much longer, so we'll probably push up a bit to make sure that they can't just pour through and flood around and flank us.
Also, because it is a concentration, if Rage sees you approaching, he can't just turn it off. But like once he turns it off, it kills the spell entirely.
Yeah, and it is up to a minute, by the way.
Yeah, you still got like 7 rounds to go.
Yeah, just want to let Corral know.
Fair. I mean,
if you want to move up and just take defensive positions, that's also fine.
yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking. There's literally nothing else I can do.
I mean, you could push out if you want.
Oh, I mean, literally nothing I can do if I want his spell to stay in place.
Ah, fair enough. Yes.
Yeah. I'm just gonna move the Vanguard up and take a defensive position so that if anything pushes through, they can't just flank.
Fair enough.
I was trying to do that before, but I had to select off of the movement and select back onto it to get it to work. Very odd. Okay. There we go. That's my turn, I guess.
All right. So for the enemies, if you're familiar with tabletop, they have this magical thing where essentially it's equivalent of something called deep strike, where they can airdrop enemies where they need to because they have air superiority currently. So there were 12 units in reserve. 3 of them out of both groups of 6 succeeded on their deep strikies. So you have a squad of goblins, a squad of archers, 2 booyahs, and a squad of 3 bugbears. Ignore the name; it is an old NPC. Deleting the name. Get out of here, nerd.
Name looks familiar.
You kept calling him butt crack, and he got sad because you're dicks. Yes. So they are essentially dropped in by the aircraft that these greenskins have been using. They are now in your back 40, along with the enemies to the front. And so you're kind of in a tight position. The Warforged Vanguard, of course, circle up and take positions to basically hold back whatever comes through. The army that is to the front pushes closer, making their way towards the gate. Everything seems to be in chaos as rounds and explosives are being thrown at the wall. Goblins are being hucked over the wall by the ogres. Arrows are being launched at defenders and buildings alike, trying to either start fires or injure civilians. These raiders have not come for a fair fight. They have come to burn something to the ground. and they seem that they are going to push through, and that they're going to break through. 15 individuals don't think it's going to be enough to stop the onslaught. It seems dire, especially with the loss of the airship having to retreat for repairs. It seems even more dire with the situation at hand. So as you continue to fight, you continue to push back and defend. Wounds being given and taken as needed. Coverall, you feel something on the back of your neck, almost like a tingle. Whereas in your normal dwarven skin, you would call it like the hair on the back of your neck stands up.
Did my Discord die? Hello?
No, you're there.
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, okay.
The hair, you feel like the hair on the back of your neck stands up. It's like something's changing. That or something you set in motion is happening. You hear a scream from inside the town. You see that some of the goblins that have been launched over the wall survive their impact and start harassing the townspeople. Some of the Warforged have pushed them back, realizing that they're stronger now than they were before, easily knocking them down and keeping them away. But you see a few of them seem to have picked off some stragglers and have started chasing them or trying to take their coin, their clothes, their shoes, their goods, what have you. But you see 3 have begun chasing the Warforged that was helping you, the engineer. He seems panic stricken. He's swinging a wrench wildly all directions, trying to keep the goblins from touching him, from trying to hurt him. He just seems distraught. Your hands are tied, as you know that if you were to leave your post, it may not change much, as if the rest of the force breaks through the front gate, you'll be in much deeper shit than you currently already are. You watch as the engineer gets a couple of good swings and hits one of the goblins down. You see the other 2 goblins chase after him. One of them attacking at his legs. You see the sparks from the knife hitting him in his metallic skin. You see them back him up to a corner towards the entrance of the mine shaft, towards the stairs that lead down. You see the engineer turn tail and run. You hear distraught voices all over the town as the enemies continue to surround and ensue. And then you feel that sensation again, Coverall. You feel the hair start to stand up. You feel just this feeling of just something is making its way here. As you hear a war horn echo out from inside the mines. A familiar sound. One that replaces your anxiety with, I would imagine, a bit of glee as the horn sounds again. It seems to just rip through the very soil. Echoing throughout the grounds itself. Heavy footfalls begin to follow behind as the ground and the buildings begin to shake. The sounds of chains and metal scraping against stone that has already been milled. The echoes begin to encroach, become louder, stronger, as you suddenly hear a singular voice in the distance, almost like from a dream, an echo of a distant past.
For all those who stand before me shall fall, for even in death I still serve.
As you see the hulking mass of Christian break through the stone walls that held him dearly, that seemed to give in his solace, his tomb. And he has instead chosen to leave it behind. As he exits, you see him simply start knocking away the goblins that surround the entrance. You see him step down upon their soft bodies, removing them from existence. You see him continue to push forward, not stopping, and choosing not to stop, until he eventually finds himself in the fray among the rest of you. As he looks down to you, Kovral, and you just hear that booming voice again. I have made my choice. Let them make theirs. The horn echoes out across the lands for final time as you hear the yelling and screaming of the army encroaching over the horizon. And that is where we end our session. Fucking Christ.
I couldn't help it. I had to wait for it. I was waiting for the moment.
I was gonna say that on seeing him push forward, Kovral would bellow out. Well, I mean, obviously this is going to happen next session, but Kovral would bellow out, "The ancestors are with us!" and charge, basically.
The Ancient One has awoken.
Hey.
Yes. So, that is where you stand currently, facing down an army of the Orc Menace, with a handful of Vanguard, a town being ransacked, and now Christian has chosen to come back forward to make his choice a final time. So yes, that is where we will come back to next session, is a fight to defend what is yours. So, let's do, as we always do, a quick breakdown of your favorite moments and what stuck out to you the most during this session. Starting with Mr. Rage.
Simply just Little dwarven pound cakes.
It's a good one.
I mean, I also feel that our combat skills have grown exponentially since like day one.
Yeah, it's because your characters have grown and you guys have learned the system a bit more. So both of those things make it a little more flexible when it comes to engagements.
And I do have to say I like how everything is literally on the table. We talk about it, and then whether or not that it's going to go from there, like everything is a debate and a discussion. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, because that's how it would be in a regular scenario, right? It's like if you could program a game to have literally every outcome possibly fathomed by like a group of people, it would be massive and extremely difficult. But here, uh, you can just do what you believe would be right. You know, if you want to jump onto the battlements and try to fire down Legolas style, that's an option. If you had a thought of, oh, hey, we saw this thing in this town, we should probably go see if it's there, it could be useful, go do it. I want to try and speak to the spark of the ancient to try and get him to rise. Try your damnedest. You know, it's all about just doing. And you guys have gone also a lot better at just kind of doing that kind of improv and doing that kind of, oh, what if we do this? This seems like it'll work. And it's like, good. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear. I want you to be boring by the book players. I want you to get weird and creative because that's when you start to have either one, really interesting combat, or two, really interesting character development and role play. And both are very good.
Also, did somebody say Legolas?
But yeah, I mean, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, that kind of improv is why, like, Finrod and I have basically dwindled. Well, besides the people that came in afterwards, but dwindled like their forces to half. And yeah, the other half would still be a pain in the ass, if not like extremely painful to fucking battle before Christian came about. But like that's how that was able to happen, and that was
It's you set
and
things
working
into
together
motion.
without right, and is we're working together without knowing that we're working together, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's the one thing too, is that I like to set things up in this sense, much like an RPG where um you may not see immediate results, and sometimes it's up to the dice whether it happens or not. But doing one thing always causes a cascade into another. With the whole thing with the airship, you guys didn't buy the airship. You didn't get 40,000 gold from dungeon crawling, and you didn't kill a bunch of monsters to sell parts. You didn't do a bunch of shopping sprees and do a bunch of, in-betweener sessions where you just kind of went, bought things or sold stuff or haggled or bada. It's you guys had money on hand. You gave it to some gnomes for a startup, and after everything kind of hit the fan with the Mad King, they were like, "Hey, we owe you guys because you got us to this point, so we're gonna help you guys out as being your personal escort." It's just that's like what example of the cascade you guys have kind of created, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, we basically did the karma of, hey, we're gonna just help you out. Hopefully, it comes back and helps us in the end.
Yeah,
Is what
and
I feel
without
like our
having
campaign's been.
yeah, and without that being your main focus as well, you're not doing it to be like, I know these guys are going to come back and help us
See,
because
I was
that's
just
what
gonna
it
say that because
does.
it feels more natural this way because it's like, oh, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But that's not why we're doing it. It just feels more natural.
Yeah, it's like you guys didn't give them the gold because you would think that they'd come and help you out down the road. You were like, no, like That's actually kind of fucking dope. You guys would make a delivery service with airships and gnomes. Like, yeah, we're into it.
Yeah.
I can get my dwarven rocket directly delivered to my doorstep. Nice.
Oh my god.
That's what I've always wanted.
You made
It's
me
a
laugh
dwarf.
so hard I almost spit like my whole drink out right there.
Good. Suffer.
My dwarven rocket.
My dwarven rock cut delivered directly to my alcoholic father? Yes!
Oh shit, I gotta pay for Nomazon Prime.
Nomazon.
Dwarf Dash. Dwarf Dash over here.
Dwarf Dash. Nomazon Prime and Dwarf Dash. And then little dwarven pound cakes. You know?
Don't forget about your Nomazon Gaming.
Nomazon.
It's free for one person.
Nomazon Gaming.
Don't forget to use your Nomazon Prime subs for the channel. It supports us and the Etheria Mark II. It gives them better gear.
Yeah, 50% of the proceeds go to the stream, 50% go to making that airship better.
Bet your ass. What else did you like, Mr. Rage?
Oh no, I mean that's pretty much all I got.
All right.
Mr. Wily Coyote dunking his head in the water trough. That doesn't come up. Wow.
Wow.
I mean,
Wow.
it was a close second, okay?
It was a close second.
It was Foghorn Leghorn. I'm a bird, not a coyote, but yeah.
Looney Tunes looking
I
at
mean,
us.
God damn you.
All right, Mr. Finrod.
Oh, I didn't mean to play that twice. Sorry.
Well,
Mr. Finrod, what you got?
to
Boy,
start it off,
that was funny.
that
God
was
damn,
started.
the bell coming back. That's amazing.
Yes.
I'm so happy.
I see. I knew like you would look it up for me. To be honest, that's why I hit you up with that.
I know you
So
did.
thank
I
you.
know you did. Like, but I had to deliver.
Um.
Oh, by the way, why it wouldn't send the first time? It was saying it was like 0 kilobytes, so it wouldn't send the file. So I had to redo it.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what fucking happened.
Me changing up my punch over the wall to punching through the wall. Thank you, Rexus.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna try and howitzer it. Nah, I'm gonna try and punch through it. And then play dodge the fireball.
This session. I've been burned from the inside and the outside this session. What the fuck?
It's a bad day. Bad day for Rage.
And then me feeling like I was right about the town. At least at the beginning.
You were like, man, maybe I was wrong. And just like get there and like, maybe I was right.
Where the fuck is everyone?
There's all this food and automated shit. There's gotta be people here, and then just get jump scared.
Just no.
Yep.
Unless, but wait, no. Unless.
Ah!
That would be it for me.
Mr. Rex's.
Well, I mean the Wily Aarakocra version. That I enjoyed that, and just I mean also the food descriptions were glorious.
Why, thank you.
And yeah, I mean, it was the whole build up to finding the Warforged in the first place was also cool. I liked the it's automated, but not fully automated. But how are they not here?
And then you gotta pull into a trap door.
Yep.
What are you doing outside? What you got, Finrod? What you got?
The one that actually I just DM'd Rexus and he said out loud, I think we were all fat at heart.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair.
I mean, that's one thing. If I can get your attention by describing the food, then I've done my job. It has worked. I have completed my objective. Objective complete. Won't need to get them next time. So, my favorite parts was definitely me trying to be like, you guys can do what you want, pick something. And we're just like, I'll do what Coverall wants. Coverall was like, I'll do what Finrod wants. It's like, it's fucking pick, roll dice. I don't care. Pick. You can do anything you want.
Damn, all of you.
It was just like, you.
I was also very tempted when we were at the gates to just have like a Gandalf moment and be like, "You are Warforged of Dwarven kind. Whatever comes through those gates, you will stand your ground."
Just stand and fight. Yeah. But that was a good moment where it was like, all right, you guys can go here, you can do this, you can go do this, you can go across the map and do this, you can go here. And it's like, this place was cool because you were here before, and everyone's like, oh, well, I guess we could go over here. I guess we could do this, we could do that. It's just like, just pick one. You, for all intents and purposes, you guys could have been like, we want to go see what happened to McCrag so we can scout it out and like possibly go down onto the ground, like see what happened and try to like, I don't know, do something. Like that's all shit you could have done. But I was just like, just pick a direction. Just pick one. Pick anything. He was like, I don't know.
I feel like I made too many choices at the very beginning with the way I started it off.
Yeah, you were just like
spiraled.
I want to go. I want to just pick one. But then getting you guys to it, giving you guys a little bit of understanding of what's going on in the world, very vague style, and then just kind of watching y'all's perplexed feelings as you went into the town of like, there's stuff here. Why stuff here? There's no one here for the stuff. Like I don't understand. What? And then yeah, just all of you being like, oh man, I'm really hungry now. I was like, good. It means I'm doing it right.
No, I also have to say it was freaking hilarious how we were derailed for like almost an hour at the beginning just talking about fucking tanks and shit.
Okay. So
just immediate tangent.
Back to this. So I said tangent to Rexus, and he replied back, tank gent.
Tank
I was like, I fucking hate you. He just made it tank instead of tangent. It's like, God damn you.
That just wraps up our sessions in general right there. Just that is if you wanted to put a title card on how our sessions go is tank jets. It's fine. We'll go in weird directions. It happens. But yeah, it was a good session. It's like I said, sessions like this where we can just kind of do goofy stuff and just kind of try new things, let you guys kind of go do stuff. Like it's perfect. I love it. I'm here for it. Like that's having fun sessions like that is part of the gig, and that's what I enjoy the most. But yeah, so with that, I think we're just going to close it out for tonight. There's really not anyone on that I'm going to be raiding into that I can see because I believe we're all going to be heading to sleep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So in that instance, we're going to do a quick update on some things. Gonna be doing more art. Probably trying to do some more avatars for the players. Maybe do some more cleaned up ones for myself. Uh, I know I talked about us doing more streaming, and I want to do that more. It's gotta find time. Uh, we'll probably try to do something tomorrow. Depending on how everyone's feeling and how everyone's doing. Uh, maybe pick like a game night for us to do dumbass shit in, so we all just kind of hang out more often. Besides just doing D&D nights. But we'll
We need a
kind of.
cards night.
Oh yeah, 100 fucking 20%. We need a cards
I
night.
think we might all get canceled, but we need a cards night.
We just
I mean,
just don't
I'm good
publish
with
the
it.
VOD. It's fine. Just
Yeah,
don't publish the VOD.
Yeah, no, that's exactly.
Yeah, just don't publish the
Gets
VOD and then list it as 18 plus as we always do. It's fine.
That's what I do with my WoW streams.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, I also want to. I keep saying I want to keep doing it. I have to hold myself to it. Is actually coming on and practicing my music on stream. That's a big thing that I actually want to. I have to hold myself to doing, because I think I had a mental breakthrough with it. I think I was looking in a weird direction to how to do my music. I think I'm going to take a more Fear Factory industrial approach to doing it. Which I think is going to be interesting if I can meld my style and their style together. But we'll see. We'll see. But with that, thank you all so much, my players, for being here and having fun with this and being good sports about stuff and just being crazy goobers, which makes the game so much fun for everybody involved. And also for those who were watching, thanks for being here and enjoying it. If you came in and chatted, fantastic. If you didn't, that's fine. Drop a follow on me. Drop a follow on Mr. Rexus, Mr. It's Time to Rage, and of course, Mr. Stealth Rage 7. To let them know when they're also doing stuff, because they're also fun to watch and interact with. But with that, we're just be closing it straight out for tonight. So thank you all for being here, and catch us next Friday for more D&D with the Beyond Etheria Ashes group, as they're dealing with Bill. Should be fun. Watch Creed squirm.
I mean,
Oh no. But we'll see you all then. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye. Have a wonderful time.